Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hey, Lord Chaos, how you doing today? How's it going? Yeah, got some chores done and did my exercise, did a little bit of a workout today. Worked up a sweat. And stuff. Let's do a Fallout Queen video. Let's do that. Yeah. Oh, you know what? I was going to check. I was going to check. Going to check. What was I going to check? I was going to check something. Oh, the video. I was going to check to see if that other video was ready. That's what I was going to do. Go to content, go to live. Because there's that 37-minute video. Yes, it'll let me download it. That would be lovely. 40 seconds to download that video, MP4, so I can have the video recording of the story arc I did with the character that I forgot to record on. What? It started and then it stopped and no, record, yeah, download faster. I have a fiber optic connection. Half a gig should take you no time at all. All right, so that was Aaron Theory. Where's that video coming from? Over here on another screen. There we go.
Now if these pylons were destroyed, we would be able to predict with greater accuracy where the main arachnospace is. These guys seem to spawn. Alright, we have to defeat.
Well, that is the Aaron Theory video. Oh, I have like 9 minutes. That's Aaron Theory Part A. This is Aaron Theory Part B. Ugh. Aaron Theory Part B. Yeah, very important stuff here. Very important stuff. Okay. Seriously, computer, what are you doing to me today? You're so evil, computer. So computer evil.
That's the way it goes. Just like she's doing here. So it was a lot of fun. And so this one ended up, that's why I ended up naming her Kim Archer.
Kim Archer. Uh-huh. Character spotlight for Kim Archer.
Evening.
Hey. Let me move that back up. I'm getting an echo. Echo. Alright, so that one's done. That one's done. Alright. There we go. All kinds of different things. Hey, Maid Man, how are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic.
Alright. I think I'm finally ready, after moving all kinds of files around, to do another Fallout Queen recording here. So Fallout Queen is level 7 and has the most overpowered ability in the game, Radiation Infection. So let's record here. Alright guys. Salutations! My name is Phil, aka JCServant. Welcome to another Fallout Queen video. And when we left our heroine, I had just picked up the Radiation Infection power, which I swear is the most overpowered ability in the game I think I've ever seen, which has an effect on enemies of lowering their hit by a whopping 25%, as well as inflicting a 25% defense debuff, which essentially gives you a 25% chance to hit. So there is all of that. That is insanely good for an ability. That right there probably means you don't need a slot accuracies if that boy is running. That is really, really good. And stuff. And then I was going to check the auction house to see if our auctions came in yet. They have not. Alright, so we're going to do we are going to do Twin Shot. As much as I don't want to do Twin Shot, we are going to do Twin Shot. Alright, here we go. You guys are going to see why Twin Shot triggers me. This is one naughty. Look at that used car salesman smile. Yeah, she's evil incarnate. Hey there, kiddo. I've caught sight of you recently and figured you might want some buddies to hang out with. A new day dawning. Introductions are in order. Hey there, kid. My name's Twin Shot, but you can just call me Twin Shot. See, we've already started off on a bad foot. Okay, your name has been floating around here for a bit now, and I'm hearing good things. I figured that you might want to hang out at the cool kids table. So I'm going to head over to where me and my buddies are hanging out and let them all know you're coming over. Sound good? Yeah, I'll hang out with you guys. Cool. Here's the alley where you can find us and the door code to get in. Stop by whenever and I'll introduce you to the rest. She already comes off as like this frat thing, you know, a bunch of frat people I don't want to hang out with type of deal. Actually reminds me of a group of people here on Homecoming that came across that way. Like, no, I don't want to hang out with you guys. It's not okay. Scam, how are you doing tonight? As we are reading our chat from our stream, as always. Alright, security intercom terminal. This looks like a security terminal Twin Shot told you to use when you showed up. Large flashing words indicate that you should choose one of the buttons below the screen. My name is Fallout Queen. Twin Shot sent me. Searching. Imposter. Real identity. Arachnos infiltration agent. Initiating self-destruct sequence. In T-minus 5 seconds and counting. Wait, I'm not from Arachnos. I swear, I'm really Fallout Queen. 5. Is this for real? 4. But you can't just. 2. Hey, wait a second. You forgot 3. 1. Step away from the terminal. Hey there, Fallout Queen. Well, stay still so I can click on you. How'd you going, eh? You should have seen your face. At least you didn't try to blow up the terminal the way Flambeau did when I pulled that trick on her. Yeah, no one... See, these are the types of jokes that no one thinks is funny except for her. What was that all about? It's something I do to all the new guys. Keeps them on their toes. So even though I think you're cool, my buddies might think you're a square, you know? Now I've already put you in a good word for you, so this should be easy. Let's go introduce you to the team. Sounds good. Who's first? Let's go chat up with Proton. This is his place we're hanging out in, so I figure you want to meet the person who's tromping around the place, you know? He should be around here somewhere. Oh, yeah. Up on the second floor, down the hallway, and up the elevators. I'll lead you the way so you can get a good feel for the place. I think she's been doing a few lines, right? Yeah. This place looks pretty run down, too. I'll put that in there. So someone should really kind of clean up the place. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Proton, and I welcome you here into my lab. It may not be much, but considering my unusual circumstances, it was the best I could cobble together at a short notice. Unusual circumstances? Oh, that's a long story, and one that I'll be happy to share once we get to know each other a little better. Although I'm looking forward to that time, currently I'm in the midst of running some very important analysis of recent data I've collected, and I need every moment I can get that affords me peace and quiet. I apologize for disturbing you. Oh no, I didn't mean to imply that you were one disturbing. Proton looks towards the direction of the new guest with a look of disappointment on his face. I take it this is the person? Oh darn, well, it could seem my experiment will need to be concluded later. Ah, then it is her. Ah, Flambeau, my dear. Well, yes, I am doing the science again. A lot of science, actually. One could say I am, tons and tons of the science. Perhaps I should let you get back to work. No, that's quite all right. I'm quite certain that I'll be unable to get any work done for, unfortunately, a very good while. However, I do thank you for your kindness, friend. Not everyone's so understanding. Proton looks to Flambeau with a polite smile on his face. Flambeau, have you met our friend, Fallout Queen? I'll talk to her so you can get back to work. And the way they're all just dancing around me, look at this. They don't even know what to do. They can't stay still. Hey there, the name's Flambeau. Because I'm hot. Like hot because of fire, right? And also because, well, I'm hot. Oh, well, I see. Don't listen to her. She's just jealous. I keep trying to tell her that the brooding emo look is so last year. Oh, Twinshot says, well, I can't believe you said that out loud. That's interesting, I think. Probably. If you'll excuse me for a moment, I need to investigate an alert I'm getting from our security system. What? Where are you going, Proton? Great. Way to go, Twin. You just scared him away with your tough guy look again. So I bet you have a lot of questions about me, don't you? Don't worry, it's natural. Most people do. Well, where do I begin? Okay, so I came here to Paragon City because I felt people needed a hero, right? And I knew that I'm totally a hero. So then, Twinshot? Twinshot. Okay, kids, torture time is done. I'll introduce you to Dillo next. He's on the top floor. But I was just getting to, fine, I guess that little pipsqueak is more important than hearing about how I can make fire, totally shoot from my hands. Well, I'm coming along too. Let's go find Dillo. And for some reason, when I say Dillo, I want to read that as a different word. I don't know why. I feel like it's missing something. My earthly friends, you'll come to make the sounds at me. My feeling is excitement at seeing more living earthlings. Hey, are you paying attention, Fallout Queen? This part is important. You are the friendly earthling that says Fallout Queen, correct? Correct? Yes. Dillo makes air sounds at you in greeting. Air sounds? Correct. I am making air sounds like earthlings so we can be friends. You are for friends with me. Correct. Jubilations. And how do the earthlings say? The hot dogs. I cannot make air sounds to save my energy sign. Oh, earthlings say name. But my friends say I am Dillo. I can bellow air. There's so many things wrong with this. And say Dillo to me too. I will say Fallout Queen to you and we will be happy. Correct? Is he saying we're friends now? I am from a world that is not Earth, and I come to warn the Earthlings of danger. And in the meantime, Flambeau's going, okay, like for reals? I have no idea what this guy is ever saying, but I guess he's nice and all for a pipsqueak. The proton and the twin shots say it's too late because Shivans move faster than me. So now I stay and annihilate Shivans and in all existence of life signs of Shivan peoples. For Earth. You're here to help us with the Shivans? Correct. We own encounters with Shivans where annihilation was given as our gift. Dilla momentarily turns his attention to Twin Shot. Hey guys, Proton's calling me. Gotta go see what he wants. Or we'll make sounds at you in future times, the Twin Shot. So, my sounds are being made to say that we are now find other life clusters and give warnings to them, and I choose Earthling clusters. Your people were destroyed? Not all my people. Only in your countings of 10 and 8 of my planets were removed. My people still have 3 left. Oh, that's horrible. That Flambeau wants to make air sounds about her person. We'd like to listen to her, since she makes many air sounds. Let us open the breath holes and listen to her air sounds. Correct? So, like, now that the Grumpy Gus is gone, how about we get back to talking about me? Actually, I think your story is more... the conversation pauses as Twin Shot comes over the intercom. Dillo appears to swell up, and you feel a slight vibration of teeth for no explicable reason. The Twin Shot requires assistance. We must go. I'm right with you. Even though she's right here. So many things are wrong with this. So many things. I knew I'd regret this. You are not welcome here, Spider-Man. You will leave these champions alone. Let's try using our new power on them. That should even the tables a little bit. I have come to you as a friend and protector. Let us parley. I am Garum, and I come from another land. I wish to join your group so that I may guard over your safety. Why do you want to do that? I have been chosen to bear the honor of protecting this city, and I see that you are unable to defend yourselves from the Spider Lords. Well, I guess there's that. How do we know we can trust you? By tracing the silver cord of my aura. Ah, yes, you possess in very different senses than I do. And then you'll need to use your own judgment. Well, I guess. Then it's settled. I shall choose a small area nearby and make a den. Okay. Well, turns out it was a bit more exciting than I had originally planned. So what do you think? Do we seem like the people you'll want to hang out with? Sure, I'll think about it. Okay, same here. I need to chat with you guys and see what they think about you. That seems fair. Why don't you be back in Atlas in a few, and I'll let you know what they had to say. See you there. The Twin Shot. Just, where do you start? Where do you start, guys? I tell you what. If you're watching this and you think that the writing in this game is phenomenal, I need you, whoever you may be, to send me the best story arc you think is in the game. Just send it to me in Discord so I have a little list somewhere. And I'm sure I've got a character that can run it because I got level 50 characters on both sides. And I can go to the Ouroboros and run any story arc. Because somewhere there has to, you know, there has to be better writing than this. A new day dawning. Introductions are in order. Thank you for stopping by. Everyone seemed to like your style, so they wanted me to ask you if you want to join up with our team. You know, friends and all that stuff. How's that sound, kiddo? It really sounds so horrible, but I don't think I have a choice. A new day dawning. Ongoing training. Hey there, kiddo. So I was thinking, you held your own pretty well with those Arachnos guys storming the place last time, right? But you could always use a couple of pointers here and there. Now, I could show you a thing or two, but I'm not really a good teacher. However, I know someone who I could put you in touch with. Interested? Sure, where do I find him? You can find her outside City Hall. Her name's Miss Liberty. You may have already met her before, but the gal's pretty busy helping people out, so you may not have had a real chance to get to know her. You let her know that you're a friend of Twin Shot, and she'll likely take some time out to chat with you. Now, this could possibly be like a hidden tutorial thing, but I would hope that you're already leveled up at least once before you've done Twin Shot, but who knows. Hi there, I can help you out with all your training needs. Come to me anytime you feel your personal training is... I'm sorry, what was that? I'm Twin Shot's fan. She said she could give... Or I'm Twin Shot's friend. She said you could give me pointers? Oh, you're Twin's friend. I knew I've seen you around here before, but I didn't know you were hanging out with her. Let me tell you something about the girl. She's got a good heart, you know? Any friend Twin Shot's a friend of mine. What would you like me to help you with? Why do I come to trainers for leveling? A bunch of us here in Paragon City like helping other people. For instance, did you know that there's a place where you can actually talk with other heroes just like you and I? I think they call it the Help Channel. But back to what I was saying. When you get a couple of new levels of experience, you may not know how to push your powers to a new level. However, that's what we trainers help you do. We show you all the things that you can do with your powers. How do I gain levels? As you perform tasks for the safety of the people of Paragon City, you'll gain more and more experience. Once you've had your fill of learning the ins and outs of crime fighting, you'll increase your security level. That's when you want to come to me or another trainer, and we'll show you how to take your powers up to the next level too. How do I know when to come to you? You'll have a mental indicator letting you know it's time. Think of it like a flashing arrow. After we talk, you can decide where you want to apply your newfound powers. Sometimes you'll want to increase a power you already have, and other times you might want to even learn a new one. In the end, it's pretty much up to you. We're only here to help guide you along the way. You mentioned others. Where are they? They're all over Paragon City. You can usually find someone in just about every district. How about you pay a visit to Blue Steel? He's over in King's Row, which is just a short tram ride away. How about you pay him a visit and let him know that Miss Liberty sent you? Kind of the way Twin did earlier. I can do that. Thanks, Miss Liberty. Oh, my goodness frickin' gracious. I can't with this. Let's see here. Always stick out to me the positron speech on last mission of Lord Recluse. Awful speech. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's very old comic book writing. I think a lot of it fits the same, but Kevin Better works out for what it is. I mean, yeah, you know, what are you talking about? Like, are we talking like 1960s Batman? Because that's where we're headed with this. Like, the comic book writing in the 90s was, at least the comics I read, were a lot more mature and better written than this. X-Men was peak in the 90s. X-Men was great. Wait, where am I going? I'm going to the trainer dude. Blue dude. Hello there, citizen. Are you in need of training suggestions today? Actually, Miss Liberty sent me to you for more pointers. Oh, I can see. I take it you're an up and at 'em coming hero then. Good. This city could use all it could get. As you can tell, this part of the city is still struggling to get the street crime under control, which is why I'm here. What kind of pointers were you looking for? That tram I came in on, does it only go here? Nah, the tram's going all different paths of the city. You should be able to find a monorail station in just about every district in the city, and it'll take you to nearby every other one as well. Just make sure you don't get off at the wrong stop. Some places can be a bit too dangerous for those new to the area. As a matter of fact, even here in Kings Row, we have to deal with street gangs that simply don't respect the law. Speaking of, would you be willing to do your civic duty as a hero and help take care of these gangs for us? Of course, what do you need me to do? All throughout the streets, you'll find a variety of hoodlums. However, the ones that are most blatant violators of the law as of late are a gang calling themselves the Skulls. They're pretty easy to spot. Each of them wears a piece of a human skull in their face. That's a little morbid. You should be able to find them hanging out all around the police station here in Freedom Plaza. On your way back to Atlas Park, could you send a number of them to the hospital? We'll be sure to... I'm sorry. It's not even send them to the... It's not send them to jail. It's not send them to meet their maker. It's send them to the hospital. We'll be sure to have a police escort waiting for them once they get patched up. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. All right. That's a good one. What are you going to do, guys? What are you going to do? Just... You can't make this shit up. You just can't. You just can't. Thanks for the advice, Blue Steel. So the taxes in this area must be sky high because for every criminal, instead of just taking them straight to jail, what they're doing is they are they are whatchamacallit. Wow, I seem to have aggroed two groups at exactly the same time. That's a really bad move. But they are essentially sending them, injuring them with radiation, sending them to the hospital for cancer treatment. And after the taxpayers pay for all of that, because you know that the hoodlums don't have really great health insurance, then what else? Oh, and then we're going to pay for them to be incarcerated. And we'll have to pay for their public attorney as well, right? Because, of course, these guys can't afford a lawyer. Absolutely not. Yeah. No, that's not a thing. Okay, what are you guys saying? Where the skull pieces belong. Yeah, I don't even know what they're doing with the skull pieces here. Oh, and those skulls didn't count? Were those skulls? Those were lost. Okay, great. I lost track of the skulls. I swear I saw some skulls around here. That's too much. That's all the lost. Don't confuse those with skulls. Those are skulls. Okay, that's fair. They're going to have to start charging heroes to use the trams to make up for the budget deficits, right? Yeah. Yeah, just put some skulls on them and... Yeah, we have to do something like that. Oh. Man. That was the laugh I needed for the evening. Now I'm good to go. I like how that cop's helping out just a little bit. He's doing his due diligence. Oh, man. So, yeah, you can see how that radiation power or whatever's really having an impact on how often they hit me and how often I hit them. Keep in mind, I have no accuracies in any of my powers, right? So normally against the same level enemy, I would only have a 75% chance to hit most same level enemies. So this is doing some heavy lifting there. Yeah, I'm having a 95% chance against this. Well, the boss is the same level as me. Yeah, bosses don't usually have any more of a dodge chance than anybody else unless they got a special power. Let's see, but his blast power only had a 39% chance to hit me. That's radiation hard at work. Hey, Cross, how are you doing today? Ah. One last skull remains. Any skull? Like this skull over here? Alright. Now I have to go back to Twin Shot in Atlas Park. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, wait a minute. Did I hit an exploration badge while I was here? I don't think I did. Must be up here somewhere. Maybe not. Where's it at? There we go. That's all I need was a badge. There we go. Got unlocked. Long-range teleporter. Life is good. Okay, guys. I think we're gonna be talking to Twin Shot. We got a little bit of a special announcement, a tiny special announcement after do the story mission. You're back, kiddo. I'm hoping Liberty and Steel managed to drive a few of those pointers home in the thick noggin of yours. I'm joshing with you. Remember, though, whenever you feel the need to put your powers up a bit more, always talk to a trainer. Even if you have to ride from one end of the city to the other, it's worth it. Get in touch with me in a while, kid. I might have something else in store for you. A new day dawning. A spider infestation. How's it going, kiddo? I was thinking we could patrol the city, you know, doing our civic duty and all that hero-y goodness. But seriously, though, doing our part to help stomp out crime will go a long way towards helping the city's future. And I, for one, like the idea of having a bright and shiny new future, you know? Also, while we're patrolling, I'd like to ask about your feelings about that Garum character. Him showing up when he did was a bit coincidental, don't you think? I mean, it's one thing to... Twin Shot touches her earpiece she's wearing and pauses for a moment. Heads up, kiddo. Proton is sending out a distress call. He needs our help ASAP. Distress call? What can we do to help him? Twin Shot gestures to you that she's listening to the message. Oh, that's not good. She moves her hand to her pistols faster than your eye can follow, finishing with a flourishing twirl. Bad news, kiddo. Looks like Arachnos decided to come back for round 2. From his message, it sounded like it's not just a sky team either. What the heck are they doing all the way over here, and why? We can figure that out later. For now, we're passing on patrolling. Instead, you're going to go in through the front while taking out any perimeter defenses they've set up, and I'll meet you inside. Help defend the Shining Stars base in Atlas Park. Yeah, we're in Australia. I think that's where the stalkers hang out. They hang out in Australia. Am I right, guys? Am I right? Stalkers versus Arachnos. That sounds exciting. From the minor blast marks, it would seem Arachnos used expertly localized explosive to blow open the doors. Now is when you think it might have been a better idea for Twin Shot to have joined you. That's actually pretty funny. That's it? Just one little guy by himself? Okay. Yeah, he has a 40% chance to hit me. Which, normally you'd have a 50% chance, but he is one level higher than me. So, minus 25 will put him at 25%. And... yeah, another 9% will bring that up to 34 or so for being a level above me. So it's saying he's got a 37% chance to hit. But, yeah, this radiation power is really nice. You just gotta remember to turn it off. Ooh, that's got a long cooldown. I didn't think it was that long. Cooldown. Recharge time 8 seconds. He must have threw some long recharge Increase at me. Oh, here's the computer again. This console is linked to a security system that Proton recently put in place due to the Arachnos intruders gaining entrance so easily the last time you were here. It would seem that it was installed a little too late. Intruder alert, intruder alert, contacting all shining stars. There are several live feed cameras currently displayed on the console screen. Scan the first floor. You observe the cameras on the first floor of the facility. The entrance of the facility seems relatively undamaged. The camera shows you standing at the console looking at the screen. Before the elevators to the next floor, you see a group of Arachnos thugs apparently waiting in ambush. Scan the second floor. Dillo appears to be fending off multiple Arachnos attacks. Although he appears to be holding his own, his movements would appear as if he may have suffered injuries and will need some help. Scan the third floor. The third floor is swarming with Arachnos, and the far end, both Proton and Flambeau seem to have been holed up near another console. Proton is tapping furiously on the keyboard, whilst Flambeau is holding at the bay the more brave of the soldiers. Lock down the terminal. As you lock down the terminal to prevent Arachnos agents from gaining access to it, you see a shadow pass in the camera of the first floor cameras. Looking more closely, you see the movement. It's right next to you. It's Twin Shot. Oh, good grief. That's the second time I've snuck up on you, Fallout Queen. You really need a bit more on your toes, you know? Oh my gosh, please kill me now. Think the recharge increase is one of the more annoying debuffs? Yeah. It has webbing, yeah. And that's why, you know, when we were having that discussion about masterminds and the people who want to play tanker minds in the front, well, I would never want to take those debuffs as my mastermind. I won't let my pets take the debuffs. Okay, so, we gotta talk to Twin Shot here. Unfortunately, it's one of those scripted missions where you need to follow the instructions at the top at all times. What? Where is she going? Twin Shot, get back here, you son of a gun. Where'd you go? She is bugged. And I don't mean the Arachnos agents. Where is she? Now stay right there, let me click on you. Okay, looks like the outside is clear. If there was any backup outside, they're probably all taking a coffee break. That's not usually the way Arachnos works. But let's not look a gift horse in the mouth. What'd you find on the cameras? Dillo's facing off a bunch of them upstairs. Well, why didn't you say so? Let's get going and help that little guy pronto. How about I just, you know, kill everything? Alright, now there's Dillo. Now see, that grenade had a 57% chance to hit me, but now that he's irradiated, it should have a lot less chance to hit me. Wow. Apparently I can't hit worth crap either. Ooh, ouchie. Just die already. Wow, that is one tough dude. Oh, Twin Shot. Do you think you could, I don't know, lend a hand? Yeesh. Let's go ahead and take a knee there. You are friends with I who am Dillo. Too many holes were, as you earthlings see, filled with jelly. But the one who is Dillo can seal the leaks. Did you say you healed yourself? I am giving negativity. I am with the healing, as you earthlings say, but I am still pushing through air through holes. I need to adjust pressurization or I will fall down like a wrapped banana. No, that is not what the earthlings say. I must say that we all use a repressurizer or I will banana split. Yes, that is it. Pressurizer. Got it. Let's find one. Find and use the pressurizer. Okay. Well, let's see if we can do a little bit better against these guys this time. Blow him back. Yo-ho, blow the man down. Stalkers die stalk you instead. Yeah, that's about right. Oh, let's see. The one who is Dillo, Kimbello once again. Travel to the 3rd floor. At least this isn't one of those 5-layer cake caves. You know, you gotta look at the bright side of these things. Oh, I need to buy a mapper thingy maboppy. Oh, let's see here. Might as well get rid of these guys here. Well, that went rather quickly. Yeah, they just sit there and watch. Yeah, these guys, they are not exactly the most helpful of friends, are they? Okay, there's Flambeau. She doesn't say anything. There's Proton. Flambeau, keep them at bay until I can reset the automated security features. Fallout Queen, you showed up just in time. Talk to Proton. Alright, that's that guy right there. Quickly, I need you to access my computer while I dictate these calculations. What am I supposed to do? Just use my computer terminal. I am aligning my armor system to fire off an EMP burst that should affect the Arachnos communication networks they employ. That should send a pulse into their ears loud enough to render them in a state of shock. Hurry, we don't have much time. I'm on it. Use Proton's computer console. Proton, what's the code? He yells out the code and you type it in. Alpha 1 Prime. And that is, as I say that. Oh, that was so exciting. I could feel the adrenaline going through my brain. That was some crazy fancy footwork back there, Fallout Queen. I have to say I was quite impressed. Were you not there, I don't know how things would have turned out. Once things got cleaned up, we've got a new mission ahead of us. Find out who sent Arachnos agents to our front door. A new day dawning, following the web. Glad you showed up. We need to find out who or what was behind the Arachnos attack on our base. It's odd for them to attack anyone in the city. They also seem to have sent some other rather incompetent soldiers to attack us. However, I need to run ballistics and watch the security footage to get a second look at the situation. There's something sticking in my craw about the whole thing. While you're doing that, what can I do to help? Well, we got a whole gang hitting the turf trying to track down information on this. You might want to check with Proton, since he's right around the corner there at City Hall. Maybe you can find something on the records he overlooked? Yeah, I know I'm grasping at straws there. Either way, he still might appreciate the help. Oh, the exciting life of a hero in Paragon City and Atlas Park. So exciting. I've been tracking down records of recent disturbances and superhero activity to try to find what Arachnos has been why they've been acting the way they have. Have you found anything? There seem to be no signs of Arachnos attacking the city. It would seem we are targeted directly. Why would they target us? I think it might be the research I've been doing on the Shivans. Or maybe they found out. What? Now is not the time to talk about it. We still need to find out why Arachnos is attacking us and who is behind it. Is there anything else I could do? No, I think I have a handle here. However, you may want to see if Dillo has found anything. He said he's going to the hospital. I'll look for him at the hospital. Gotta love FedEx Quest. Sending you from place to place all over the city. Totally not a tutorial in disguise, even though it might make you crazy in the mind. It has one weird looking hospital. I like how he's at the snack machine. My friend, why do you come to me with your air sounds? This makes me, as you say, do a round bubble. Hi, Dillo. Proton said you were looking for clues. You are full of correct, Fallout Queen. I am the Dillo who is seeking the clues in how your air sound like hospital. Ha ha. I am thought questing over why Earthlings don't use a globalizer to cure radical decomposition of cellular structures inside of corporeal matter. It is, as you say, easy as cat whisker. I don't understand. My air sounds are too squeaky. I apologize. Let us bellow about Arachnos. I have seen life traces of the agents of the Eight Legs come to this building, but the Earthling inside made much air that there were no Arachnos, that they had come here. I think this is what Earthlings say, a changing truth and a hairless head front. Are you saying the Arachnos agents were here? You are better with air sounds than I am, Fallout Queen. Yes, that is what I say to you. But they are not here now, and your Earthling doctors say they were not here. I am now making 2 thought quests. Possibilities are made that my skin to rogues are not working. Or possibilities are made that the brain electrics have been changed by the Arachnos agents to the doctors. Are you saying the doctors are working with Arachnos? Aha! Those are the sounds that Gurren made too. He then went to your police, like, as you Earthlings saying, overcooked biscuit. Gurm went to the police? I need to get there at once. Yeah, seeking the two. Yeah, exactly. Yes, epic storytelling here. Earth for humans. Let's keep it that way. I do think that's funny. You have come seeking answers about those who ally with the Spider Lord, Fallout Queen, as do I. That we both bring forth our question to lawbringers is no coincidence. Why not? The followers of the Spider lurk in the hidden niches, ready to strike down their prey at any given moment. Yet these ones walk brazenly within the light. Since I smell the aliens' one's presence upon you, you ken that strange things are paw with the shurikens that are crafting their healing ways about. What the hell? What is up with this writing? Why can't we just have people who talk normally? They don't talk like this in the comics. If they did, I would never read a comic. Thus your honor has propelled you to make the lawgivers aware of this transgression. Let it be known that your Gurm has already done just that. My Gurm? Yes, Fallout Queen, I have pledged my honor upon the sacred blade of Terrennial that I would protect you and your own. To gaze further into reflective pools of that honor within my eyes would be to render my charge void. So I ask that we speak no further of this. Know that my gaze is tantamount to all other concerns. I see. Well, did the police find anything? The lawgivers were overcome with befuddlement as I put the question to them. I believed them at first to be as ensorcelled by the Spider Lord, for they showed themselves to be befuddled. However, I would learn this is because they had only interacted with lesser Kirkrim, who have yet to win a Gastelum tournament. It would seem that their police dogs, as they call them, are beholden to their vows of silence. At the end, the lawgivers assured me that they have been no Arachno sightings within their vigil. But what if the doctor's lying about treating them? I am unsure what to make of the doctors and their duplicity. It is well within possibility that he who is Dillo was sensing something outside the realm of knowing. I set forth to search for Marketplace for any signs of these blackguards. If they walk freely amongst us, they surely would wish the obfuscation of a disguise. However, the Countess of Fire insisted that her training in the commercial arts far surpassed mine. Perhaps she has waylaid one of those that we seek. I doubt it, but it's worth a try. Guys, look, you know me, guys. I call balls and strikes. I'm telling you, this writing is painful. 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 Oh, and it's about to get worse. Oh my god, Fallout Queen, quickly, you have to see this. After all the searching, I finally found it. I found it. You found the Arachnos agents? Totally, can you believe this whole... Wait, huh? The Arachnos agents. You found out who's behind the attack? Oh, that... No, other than the stupid arrow. But check this out. I totally found an enhancement on the market that keeps my hair in place even when I'm on fire. Like, isn't that the most amazing thing ever? I was totally like, Flambeau, honey, you know someone had to invent it. Keep looking, sugar. And sure enough, bam, right there, here in my hands. Now I can fight crime and look my best. You know that the thing that sucks the most about fighting criminals, am I right? You take all the time to get your hair to do just what you want to, and... Flambeau, an arrow. You said you found an arrow? What? She rolls her eyes and hands you the arrow. Obviously, you don't care about the details, which, you know, are like the most important thing to pay attention to. I found out that arrow when I was over by the Vault Reserve building on my way here. I thought it might be one of those clue things, but Arachnos doesn't use arrows. But then there's a mark on arrow with a big S on it. And last time I checked, Arachnos starts with an A, right? Right? Flambeau, was this the only one? No, there were others right next to all those dirty Arachnos uniforms in the dumpster nearby. But since we were looking for people and those uniforms are closed, that doesn't really help us now, does it? No, it doesn't, smarty pants. So look, I'm going to get back to searching the auction house, and if I catch one of those Arachnos people, I'll be the one who saves the day by arresting him while you're wasting everyone's time looking at arrows or something. Jeez, they're letting anyone be a hero these days. I'll leave you to that, Flambeau. I just know. Kind of funny hearing you read this stuff in a bookshelf a while before the stream gets to it. Those heroes are the best recruitment campaign to join the villains. This is true. Better than most MMOs, especially from this era. I don't know. I heard the Old Republic's really, really good. And I heard Star Trek has a good storyline, so I don't know if those were earlier ones or later ones or what. Lots of them just say, hey, fetch me some water or something along those lines. Yeah, most MMOs treat story as an afterthought. Let's see here. Return to contact. Okay, let's call up Twin Shot. Sinclair? Are you serious? Do you even know who Justin Sinclair is? Oh boy, this just got big. A new day's dawning. The Lion's Den. I can't believe this. Those arrows you found next to Arachnos costumes bears the logo of the Sinclair family crest. Sinclair as in Justin Sinclair, also known as Manticore. This can only mean that Manticore has been kidnapped by Arachnos. We have to save him. I'll save Manticore. I know where the guy lives. I'll take you to his mansion. You're going to need to find him and rescue him. In the meantime, I'll contact the Freedom Phalanx, the group he's a part of. Good luck, Fallout Queen. The Old Republic isn't an MMO. It is an MMO. Oh my gosh, you guys are horrible. Sorter 14. Yeah, 14's supposed to have a good story. I played around Reborn and it put me to sleep. Like the first part of it was really, really cool. Like the first 20 levels. And then it went to fetch me my barley and my water and all this for a long period of time. Before sort of picking up at the end, but at that point I wasn't sure exactly what the plot was. The ending was very epic when you got through, what was it, the first patch or whatever it was. I got through that. And then it took me into Heavensward. Heavensward was a mixed bag to me. There were some really good parts, particularly a storyline with the lady who worshipped Shiva. I thought that was very, very touching. The rest of it was a little bit boring and dry for me. And then it moved me on to Stormblood, and Stormblood put me right to sleep with all of its... First of all, it started off with like an epic scene that I just didn't care about the people because there was no reason to invest about the person who just died, for example. That's a big problem with a lot of these games. When somebody died in a Final Fantasy game, most of the time I was moved to tears, right? But in Final Fantasy 14, when some of those people died, I was like, yeah, okay, sure. Let's see. 14 is MMO with a good story about the only one but can't classify Sworder as a single player with a multiplayer lobby. I don't know. It's all MMOs to me. If you can see a lot of other people running around in common areas, what about Guild Wars? Is Guild Wars really an MMO like Guild Wars 1? Because what about City of Heroes? Because the vast majority of what you're doing for adventuring is an instance content. Does that make it like I don't get much into semantics. If you're logging into a server where you have the potentiality to run into other players that aren't part of your party, I consider that an MMO myself. But wow, this guy in his knockback can go to the land down under. Knockback is not fun. Yeah. I kind of felt like, and I really loved Final Fantasy VI, Final Fantasy IX, Final Fantasy X, the older Final Fantasy, Final Fantasy IV. So for 14, I was really like the first 20 levels. It really felt like you're this new adventure in this big epic world that was, full of promise and all this other jazz. But it just started to fall off with the oh, now we need you to go out here and help this guy with his busy work and stuff like that for a while. And and then there was and you're part of whatever, I forget what that group is. I've already forgotten the name of the group. And there's the different NPCs in the group. And I don't know, I wasn't given a lot of reason to fall in love with them and stuff. And they were ripped apart anyways. It wasn't that much longer, we're ripped apart. And now I'm just working with the, gosh, I'm so terrible with the names because they're pretty immemorable. But what was his name? The guy, the little elf guy who had a bit of an attitude issue. Yeah. City of Heroes, Guild. GW1, DFO, basically hub areas with people, but actual gameplay in a small group at most. Yeah, I mean, massively multiplayer online. It just means if I can run into, if I'm going to public areas, there's lots of other people. I pretty much count as an MMO in my own books. Mombretta death, or Returnal's death, also notable at the end of Hydralin's death. See, you're saying a bunch of names I can't remember. That's how bad it is. I remember, like characters like Rita and Celeste and, and the such. Still years and years later, right? Just years and years later. Around this time, quote, all your bases belong to us. Yeah. So I've heard Star Wars The Old Republic has a really good story. I've heard good things about that. To be fair, definitely heard good things about it. Yeah. What are we saying? It's saying something when 14 could remove 1/3 of the post AR quest without changing anything. Yeah, there was a lot of quests in there that honestly, I think at the end of the day, you definitely look at some of those quests and you're like, does this really contribute to the plot? Is this really kind of important to character development or anything along those lines? And there was definitely some issues, in a lot of that. Pacing is a huge issue with MMOs if they're trying to tell a story because they're not single player games and they're trying to pad things out. So you don't want to, log out and go do something else. I think that's one of my problems with MMOs and trying to get a good story in there is there's a financial incentive for them not to edit. So you think about like movies, right? With movies, they want to keep that runtime to a reasonable amount of time. So they'll record hours of footage, but they'll edit a lot of it out. That's why you have the director cuts that put some of it back in, later on as bonus content. But, and then books have editors, and good editors will say, hey, you want to leave this out. This doesn't contribute to your plot. You're going to bore your readers, and then your books aren't going to sell it, aren't going to get good reviews and sell as well. There's a financial incentive to keep the story kind of tight with some books. I'll say some because some of them don't edit down that much, but you get the gist. But with MMOs, the financial incentive is for them to make them as long as possible, and it's, suck up your time. So filling it with a bunch of filler content, it kind of reminds me of when we go to eat sushi. My wife will point out there was this one time I went to an all-you-could-eat sushi place. They put so much rice with each little piece of fish, right? It was filled with filler. And of course they had rules saying you have to eat the whole thing or you're violating the rules of the all-you-can-eat. So that's how they kind of make it up. Filler, filler, filler. Their financial incentive is to make sure there's a lot of filler. And I think that's what happens with a lot of MMOs. There's just a financial incentive. Mind you, there's also financial incentive with some single-player games because for some reason, some of the developers or publishers think that being able to put on your back of the box, this now has 200 hours of content is a better selling point than if it only has 100 hours. So some RP game makers think that the financial incentive does lie, with padding your thing out full of stuff. Let's see here. To encourage players to take breaks, play other games in return when new content arrives rather than force themselves to play daily. Let's see here. Was apparently that they were trying to do with 14. Yeah, well, I don't know about playing daily or whatnot. I just know that I love Final Fantasy, the single-player games, most of them. I think like 12 kind of lost me with its political storytelling and a few other ones. But for me, the MMO was a bit too slow-paced and got way too much into politics instead of like really deep character development. I mean, I always felt like Final Fantasy VI is one of the best examples because you're combining the urgency of saving the world with a very interesting villain in Kefka and some good character development that's brought on by the major plot point that happens about halfway through the game. So you get a lot of character development and people doing a lot of soul searching and growing and maturing as a result. That's what I really want to see. I really want to see a focus on that. I'm personally not big into political stories, so like Final Fantasy 12 and Stormblood, Final Fantasy 14 Stormblood, both kind of like make me roll my eyes. You got to learn so many proper nouns and locations and people and politics and who's at war with who and all this jazz that starts to lose me. I'd rather a 20 to 30 hour masterpiece than a story with a mindless and bland writing. Yeah, and I think you could probably have a longer game with better storytelling. I've heard good things about the Trails in the Sky series, for example. So I'm sure it's pretty good. I haven't played it myself. But you do have to consider pacing, and you better have some really good gameplay in the middle of that 200-hour experience because you're not going to tell 200 hours of good story. So I'm assuming it's like 40 hours of good story and 160 hours of great combat and dungeon crawling and stuff. Stormblood's probably the weakest of the first 3 expansions. Yeah, it really did drop off hard for me with Stormblood, and I just kind of gave up. And people were like, oh, it gets better from here. And I'm like, telling somebody they have to play, at that point I was already probably over 100 hours in. Telling somebody they have to play for 200 hours before a game and a story gets good in the year, 2026 of our, Lord and Savior is a bit of a tough sell. And it's not like the single-player gameplay of Final Fantasy is super awesome. Like, if it was fun as City of Heroes, I would have stuck with it. City of Heroes, by far, for me, wins on gameplay. 110%. City of Heroes wins on gameplay. Let's see here. Has some cool location, good music. Maybe. I didn't get that far. Let's see. And then he said it was pretty fun every time he was on screen and motivation actually made sense. Witcher 3 and Baldur's Gate 3 are long games with really good stories. Yeah, absolutely. I say like Baldur's Gate 3, I really did enjoy the story, the character development. I really cared about what's going to happen to those characters. I often say like Baldur's Gate 3, I played a lot of D&D computer games over the years, all the way going back to the 80s. And have read a few books. Some of the books I've read are pretty good, but the video games are usually C- at best in terms of storytelling. except for Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was the first time I played a video game and I actually cared about the setting of Faerun. They made a lot of these things in Faerun just feel very generic, which kind of makes sense. It's one of the earliest settings, right? That we've been using for the last, 4 or 5 decades. So it kind of makes sense that it feels a bit generic and cliche, but they actually made it feel interesting. And I was kind of really curious where, like, what was going on with these druids at the beginning and things like that. It reminded me like the first time I read one of the Drizzt Alden books, and they did a really good job of explaining what Mesmerazin was, and the druid or the Drider's way of life, and Loth and all that other jazz with the Driders, with the Drow. And I was like, oh, they aren't just evil for evil's sake. Like, they got a complicated culture and everything else. It was very, very interesting. And whatever have you. Yeah, that's the one that stood out to me. Well, you guys got to send me the name of the story. I think I've done that one before, but I probably didn't stop and read it. I have to make sure I do that out loud with Fallout Queen when we get there. Let's see here. 14 and fine. Pretty much enjoyable post AR. Did have a bit of homogenization issue with the classes, like WoW. Yeah, that could possibly be an issue. I mean, the question, I think, yeah, I missed the old Astrolander with cards actually did different things, yeah. Do you have to face off against a hero version of you? I don't recall that on the villain side, but who knows? The free Manticore, wherever Manticore might be. I'm over here. Could you speed up some? I've been waiting for a while now. Well, it's about time. So you managed to get here even before my guys reported back to me. Your guys? The Arachnos agents? Yes, the Arachnos agents. Is there something wrong with me controlling Arachnos agents? Well, yes, I'm afraid there is. Good answer. And then I guess it's a good thing they're not working for Arachnos or ever have. They're all friends of mine posing as agents. In other words, they're all on our team. But why would they dress up like Arachnos agents? To see if your ragtag band of friends really has what it takes to be crime fighters. And I'll say, I'm impressed. I set everything up from you the moment you joined them. I had to see what you would do, all the way up to the very end when you were promised the riches and the like. Let's just say that if I had a chocolate factory, I'd be handing it over to you right about now. I'm not following. What I'm getting at is that I'm going to sponsor your team of heroes. From here on out, you're not going to be hanging around inside some old abandoned lab. You're going to get a better base, better support, and the best thing, you get to have me breathing over your shoulder the whole time. This job isn't easy, but I think you all can do it. From here on, count me as one of your members. Now, go tell your friends. All right, I'll do just that. And for all that effort and bad storytelling, you get a whopping 3 reward merits. Woo woot! Don't spend them all at once. You're kidding. Manticore was behind all of this, and it was just because it was testing us? That has got to be the craziest thing I've heard all day. Hold on, I'm getting a message from Proton. Wow, kiddo, this is for real. Looks like Manticore has given us a new base in King's Row. Well, I'm sure the exciting part of this is that there will be another Twin Shot story arc in King's Row. I will try to contain my excitement. Yeah, 3 whole merits for all of that. How long has this taken? Over an hour. If you're reading this out loud and you're doing this the proper way, it's taking you an hour and they gave you a whopping 3 reward merits for this. And my villains are just spending 20 minutes doing a snake mission and getting 9 reward merits at a time. Go figure. All right, let's train up to a new level. At least we got to level all this. We'll do Storm Cell. Might as well get it done with. Got to get a Storm Cell in there somewhere. Set up a Storm Cell. And what is the... This is what's getting reworked with the remaster. We got a 1 minute cooldown on this, so we're definitely going to want to recharge that up. Recharge reduction. I don't think I have any recharges in here. Knockback. Yeah, I'll just buy one. Recharge. Going down to the bottom, buying a recharge. Recharge. All right. There we go. Yeah, Manticore's Mansion was definitely a bit difficult there. Definitely ate up some time off the clock. Yeah, 3 whole merits for an hour. That was ridiculous. That was ridiculous. I will say the hero story arcs are extremely uneven paced. The villain ones, more or less, are within the 20 to 45 minute range. There are definitely some exceptions, but in Hero Land, it's all over the place. The pie chart just, or the line graph goes woo 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 woo, and you just never know what you're going to get. For those of you watching this YouTube recording, that takes us to the end of this particular episode of our Fallout Queen, who's a whopping level 8, but right now. So we'll put a pin in this for now. We'll catch you all next time. Thank you so much for watching, and may God bless you. All right, so let's see. What are you guys saying over here? Recharge. Yeah, villain arcs are made with stalkers in mind. The merit rewards are definitely in Villain Land are lower because they're made with the idea that you're probably stealthing to the end and whatnot. So that's totally a thing. Okay. All right. So I've got an announcement to make. And I know Yuki is sitting on the edge of his seat because he's part of the announcement. I am going to run a couple of fire farms over here on Torchbearer and Pocket D for anybody who wants to level up their characters. Right now. Well, it's going to take me a little time to get over there, but you get the gist. Because Yuki and I need to level up our characters to 15. Well, and a lot of those story arcs, you can just rush to the end. You don't necessarily need stealth. It helps. But I've also just used travel powers to travel right to the end of those things and get right to the boss. What do you say, Yuki? We want to level these characters up to 15? You can join on your 30. You won't get too much on it, but sure. It's probably better for a level 1 character that you want to get up to, to get up. I guess Discord crashed. But...
So I heard exactly nothing after you said you had an announcement.
I said I'm setting up a fire farm right now in Pocket D here on Torchbearer. So we can run our new characters up. Because we wanted to do that, right?
Yeah, and I'll just bounce when we get to 15. This one got a couple levels because I'm trying to decide what power to go with.
Let me see here. This is going to take me a few minutes to set up, guys. I need to fix some things, so please stand by and be patient. Your call is important to us. Please stay on the line. This is a new character here. And her name is something. Her name is Livewire. Can't believe that name was actually available. That's the power of being on Torchbearer. Honestly. That is definitely the power of being on Torchbearer.
You ever read the Live Wires comic book?
Nope.
Adam Warren. Probably one of the best things Marvel ever put out. Ran for 6 issues.
Nope. But the name was available. Yeah. I was looking at a list of like electric-y names, saw that one. I'm like, let's give that one a shot. And sure enough, it was like, yeah, we can do that for you, Chief. And I'm like, cool.
The other Titan / electric tank that I was putting together for my own insurance, they call it the high voltage conductor. And they look like a train conductor.
Let's see here. How do you keep squishy characters out of the way in fire farms? You just leave them at the door. Well, you just leave the little guys at the door. That's all you do. Don't get near the bad stuff. Stay back.
There's a reason they're called sitters.
Yeah. All you have to do is like come into the farm and not do anything. Don't touch that. It's like a kid. You just slap their hand. Don't touch that. I told you not to touch that. That's all you have to do. Just tell your squishies to stay back and they'll be fine. That's the important part, boys and girls.
Step 1, enter. Step 2, sit down. The end.
Yeah. That's all you have to do. Just tell your kids to behave. Tell them to behave. That's right. That's the secret. Just keep them back. Enemies have limited aggro radius, so that helps. It does help. Yeah, but I need the dying badges. I'm sure the game has plenty of ways to get your dying badges. Of course, I told y'all badges are silly anyway, so don't worry about them. Told y'all badges are silly anyway, so... Getting an echo there from somebody. Echo, echo. Okay. I think the echo went away, so... That's good. Told y'all badges are silly anyway, so... Now I'm getting echo again. There from somebody. Nemissary, we're getting an echo from you, buddy. Echo. And that's going to feed back into the stream, which wouldn't be good. Okay.
think the echo went away, so that's good.
Can you hear me, Nemesary?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm getting echo there from somebody. Nemesary, we're getting an echo from you, buddy. And that's going to feed back into the stream, which wouldn't be good.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm going to have to...
I think the echo went away.
Gonna disconnect him for a bit while he fixes that. If you can hear me on the stream, Nemesary, I kind of gave you a little soft boot out of there till you get that fixed, because it's messing with the stream. Okay, dokie. What is going on here, boys? All right, there we go. All right, so I think I got that file fixed for Livewire. Blapper works best for debt badges for some reason. No one's been able to figure it out, though, in Karis. That's a great point. I know that's kind of the going logic, but no one knows why it works so well for that badge. No one's been able to figure that out. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Let's see. Where was I? Trying to set up this farm. Right. Hmm. 12.5 easy steps and we'll get there. Gotta move my character over from the other server.
I'll hop on the farm if you got space.
Huh. Did I lose all sound? Huh. Oh, did I? Oh, I hit the wrong earpiece. I got the wrong earpiece in. That would do it. Okay. I couldn't hear anything you guys said if you said something. There we go. That's my farmer right there. Now let's move her over to... We're going to move her over to... we'll move her over.
I'll just be by the Eagle table, Scottish Captain America here.
And we'll move over to Torchbearer.
Captain Scotland. Actually,
Don't forget your double XP, because that would be most sad. Soup.
Yeah, but there's a start vendor.
One second, guys.
Anyway.
Okay. Let me get my double
really
XP.
affected me with playing Lobies. I try to think who I would even want to farm because then I can't level them up manually.
Yeah, I tend to level up my characters, some characters, minority my characters, up to 15 to 20, from 1 to 15 to 20, because that way Ouroboros and or alignment missions open up. I'm kind of sick and tired of doing the same level 1, 2, 3, 4s. I'll do them if it's like a brand new power set that I really want to experience through the levels. But if I'm like leveling up, the dark set, for the third time, I just am doing a different secondary, or I'm doing a sentinel instead of a blaster because I thought, hey, I should have switched it to a sentinel. Then I'm just going to level those up to 15 or 20 with the farm. There's not a whole lot new to experience in that.
And if you really want to do them, you can just order them.
Yeah, you can always Oro them on that character. I wonder if there's a way to have these wings only show up when I'm flying. I gotta look that one up. Okay. Wings are kind of big. Alright. At least you know which character's mine. See, don't we look like we belong together? Look at this. See there?
I'm here in the Barbie scene.
You almost can't tell us apart, except I need to make my character a little shorter. I can fix that. Alright. Let's see here. Where do I
That
go?
just means you're the older sister.
It's right here in Pocket D. It's always in AE Pocket D here. AE and Pocket D. And we're in Torchbearer. Remember, we're in Torchbearer's server. The quieter server. You know it's Torchbearer because this is what Pocket D looks like right now. Unlike certain other Pocket Ds.
There's no crowd here.
Yeah, we can actually find each other easily rather than, constantly, struggling to find each other. Not sure how to get to Pocket D. Are you on Torchbearer in Atlas Park? Use your map. There's a big green dot on your map for Pocket D. It's the inside of a truck. Should probably go and get you. Can you join us in voice because it'll take too long to go back and forth on text on YouTube. It's very much a delay there. Let me see if I can do this. Is that Phantom?
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, click on that. If you click on the dot, it'll put a way marker on your map, or on your radar, I should say, to get you there.
Alright, I'm coming.
I will bring the made man's rebellious progeny, the good fellow.
The good fellow. The good fellow. Yeah, I guess there's no way to turn the wings off when you're not flying. They're just always on. I guess that's a thing. I might take those off later. We'll see. I wish I only showed it when you were flying. That would be nicer. Oh, you could do it. You could do it with a macro. Yeah, with a macro, when you fly, it turns into costume 2. Yeah, that would be the way to go about it, I suppose.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a toggle, like having the option to have the weapon on your back or not when you're not using it.
And I think that's one of the things that World of Warcraft is doing, situational costumes or whatever it's called, which is probably pretty smart. So, okay, let's invite you all to the team. Invite team, invite team, invite team, invite team, invite team. That's funny. My own character didn't seem to get the invite. Invite to team. There we go. Boop. Let's see here. Let's do whatever. There we go.
Yeah, once I hit 15, I'll hop out of the farm just so I can catch up.
Search 45248 Carney Fire Farm. Standard rewards. And then you can go into... Oh, I need to set the mission first with the... It is so nice. I'm just going to say it's nice being in an area that isn't flooded with people. Now, pro tip, boys and girls, before you rush into the group of really bad guys over there, make sure you turn on all your defenses first.
Well, like, I can do shit to him anyway. Oh, wait, okay, I see.
There. I think I got enough toggles now.
Side kicked. I forgot about that.
One down, a few more to go. Whoa, 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 they're on fire. Woo! It's getting hot in this kitchen. Yeah, this is how you make the bacon, boys and girls. So is anybody, speaking of Final Fantasy, do we have any Dragon Quest, Dragon Warrior fans in the chat tonight? Speaking of things made by Square Enix.
Never actually played any of those, so I'm very worried of them.
Influence go up, up, up. Yeah, it makes some influence. I never come here for influence, though. It's usually just to level up some characters quickly. You spend like 15 minutes here and you can get that level 1 character up to level 15. Maybe 20 minutes, something like that. It's kind of a boring way to make money, because you need a lot more money than what I can make in 15 minutes. But people do it. People love it. I don't know why, but they do. Now my character's in the middle of that, you know, that conflagration there somewhere. The manga Dragon Quest? Not the manga Dragon Quest, I mean the Dragon Quest games, you silly geeses. Zach Fair. The first one on Nintendo. So you never played Dragon Quest? You never played like the great ones like Dragon Quest 4, Dragon Quest 3, Dragon Quest 7, 8, 11. What about 11? That's the one on the Switch, right? That's modern. Dragon Quest 9 on the DS. You guys haven't played any of those? Where are you? What have you guys been doing? Playing City of Heroes your whole life?
I mean, most of the time there weren't even stores around here.
I think most of us all play MMOs.
All right, Z-Rock. What other MMOs do you like to play?
I did play Final Fantasy a lot, like a couple years ago, but I kind of stopped. I don't know why. I'll play Guild Wars every once in a while, but mainly this, honestly.
Yeah, I started playing the Guild Wars 1 again with Reforged, but then this channel started picking up, so that obviously gives me a lot of peer pressure to stay focused here. But I was definitely enjoying my time with Guild Wars 1. It's definitely old school, which is fine by me.
Too.
Yeah, and then Guild Wars 2, I've been playing some of that too.
Yeah, I play them both as well. They're good for what they are.
Yeah, the gameplay doesn't make you feel this powerful, sadly.
No, it doesn't.
Like, yeah, you know,
But the gameplay is still pretty fun regardless.
Yeah, in Guild Wars 2, it's like my mage has the ability to put down this thing that stuns people for 2.3 seconds. Over here, my controller's laughing as she locks down a whole group of enemies for like as long as she wants them to be.
Yeah, you're probably not gonna find stuff out of the top in most MMOs.
I'm thinking about doing a side series of videos about my favorite single player games that I think have gameplay commonalities with City of Heroes. That's going to include Earth Defense Force, where you get to kill hordes of insects with overpowered huge weapons, and the Muso games like Dynasty Warriors. It's one of the things that makes it hard for me to play like the melee characters here as much as I play too much Musos.
It's part of why I've been suggesting that other game to call it the 13 too. Well, I'm going to play a game that isn't, but it's a game.
I mean, 12 capsules of Wolfenstein. Nice, nice. It was called Dragon Warrior in the States. Yep. Totally. Totally a thing.
Everything up in Crossfire and just out and the storyline after that I've done probably 15 to 20 times at this point.
I played Final Fantasy 1, but I'm not a fan of the party system games for the most part. What do you mean, Dermon? Can you flesh that line of thinking out a bit? Let me just check. Let me check. Oh, let's see here. What are we on this character now? We are at whopping level 9. Still got some work to do. Let me see. I got this set to like 7% volume and it's still kind of loud. Yeah. The City of Heroes, I don't know why it has the most overpowering volume, and you know, and that's on top of probably in the game itself. I have the option set kind of low on the volume, maybe. Graphics and audio.
Turn it all the way down, or your ears end up bleeding.
It's just horrible.
Especially if you have good headphones.
Yeah, and I'm trying to balance it with the stream and everything else, and listening to you guys, and it's just so bad. Voiceovers? What voiceovers? This game has voiceovers? No one told me this game has voiceovers. I feel like I'm missing out on a big secret. No one told me about the voiceovers. The need the NPCs in part to complete quests and storyline. I want to have solo characters against the world, like in most RPGs, MMORPGs. I don't know if it's a fair statement to say that most RPGs are solo characters. Because, I mean, when you look, like, when I first started thinking about the 80s and stuff like that, I don't even know if it was split. There was definitely single-player MMOs, but they quickly went to party-based ones. Like, I think was Ultima 1 and 2. I'm trying to remember which one of those were single-player. But Wizardry games were all multiplayer, were party-based. Might and Magic were party-based. The Goldbox D&D games were party-based. You know, Keen was... But then again, like, yeah, I know there was some... Rogue was single... The Rogue games were single-player, right? Like Rogue and stuff. Those were single-character, I should say, not single-player. The Galaxy City tutorial? Oh, really? That's where it's at. What do you guys think? You guys have watched me read out some of these things. Do I need to do with the voice acting for all the characters for them? If I do twin shot, they could just hire me just for twin shot. I'll give her a southern accent. Now I think what you need to do over here, darlings, you need to get over here and save us from these Arachnos agents. A lot of the action RPGs have single characters, right? Monster Hunter, Fallout 3, Skyrim. But, you know, your JRPGs are, the vast majority of them are team-based. Your Western RPGs, you know, are maybe, let's say, split. Because you have, on one hand, you do have, like, Witcher and things like that. On the other hand, you have Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and Divinity Original Sin. A lot of those, Wizardry 8, you know, a lot of those guys are all, you know, party-based. But they're...
I was actually thinking about going back to playing Pathfinder.
Hold on, you guys are both talking at the same time. I didn't hear a word either. Start over.
I was going to say, any of the Western RPGs that are based on TTRPGs are that sort of thing.
Well, and there's a lot that aren't necessarily based off a table, like War. I don't want to say Warfray. Not War Groove. There was one that was called War something. I have to look it up because I reviewed it for a website. A number of what we would call CRPGs. Oops, I just realized I'm out of endurance. That's going to end poorly for me.
You can solo some CRPGs, though. Especially the Larian ones. With the feats that you get to be basically a single-man party in them. I don't know if Baldur's Gate has that, but I know Divinity has that.
And then for ones that have a party, you'll still get people that try to do it solo anyway.
Well, yeah, sure. There's usually there may be a way to solo, sure. But the games are designed to mostly be played as a party-based games. But I was saying a lot of CRPGs, what we consider to be classic style RPGs, it's a whole subgenre. Not all of those are based directly off of tabletop games, right? Like obviously Divinity Original Sin's not based off any particular tabletop game.
Yeah, it's probably why I was saying that it's not a game, but yeah, CRPGs is a better way to put it.
I was actually playing Rogue Trader earlier. It's one of the ones I never finished.
Another game on the backlog somewhere.
It's honestly crazy that I haven't finished it because I love 40K.
It is a bit of a long burn.
Same here. In my case, I have, but I just haven't even started it yet. One more level for me, then I'm good to go.
Now, are you saying, Dirman, what if you didn't have to take NPCs, but you were taking like a CRPG? You build the entire party normally, and you go out and you take on the world. Some of those will have parts where there's an NPC who will travel with you temporarily. Some of them do not. And I mean, in the vast majority of these games, whether it's JRPGs or CRPGs, the NPC involvement's usually kind of temporary. Let's see here. Oof. Got a ways to go. It takes a little bit longer nowadays, I guess. Come on, come on, get out, get back to work. Back to work, stop slacking. Well, I rate your base? Oh no, I don't know if I'm qualified to do that. I'm trying to think of these RPGs but I'm play, but I'm guessing a temporary team would not annoy me as much. So yeah, yeah, CRPGs would be like probably the most popular one nowadays is Baldur's Gate 3. That's your classic case of a CRPG. Your modern case, I should say, of a CRPG. Classic ones, of course, would include like Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, Pathfinder, Kingmaker, Path of Exile, Pillars of Eternity. Yeah, Pillars of Eternity. The old Gold Box D&D games are faves. And whatnot. Then
Depending how
JRPG.
you go on Beth.
Yeah, JRPGs like Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest. I feel like JRPGs, what they do is they give you predefined characters for the most part because you're playing characters in a pre-written story. Is that what you find a bit of a disconnect? Is the fact that you're basically playing pre-created characters as opposed to characters you make yourself? You like Baldur's Gate 2? Yeah, Baldur's Gate 2 is really done really, really super well. Though, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 actually goes a little bit in a JRPG direction because they want you to play their pre-made characters. Right? You technically can make up your own team. Particularly with the remaster, they make that a little bit easier, with the enhanced edition, I should say. But you, in a way, Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are a little bit like a JRPG because they've already got these characters kind of written up. You're just deciding which ones you're going to take. With your main character. It was actually, speaking of, it was something that irritated me because I'm used to Western RPGs being that I create the entire party. I think Baldur's Gate 3 did it really, really nicely because while they do have these pre-made characters that you're going to take whether you, well, I won't say whether you like it or not, you always have the choice to take a mercenaries. But they made it to where you could easily respec any of the characters. You could easily turn, maid or a thief vampire boy into a fighter if you wanted to.
Somebody mentioned Neverwinter Nights. That's a fun game.
Yeah, Neverwinter Nights is definitely a classic. I got a friend who plays Neverwinter Nights. It plays it on a server there. They have servers still running because that was made to be played multiplayer. And speaking of, just as a complete side tangent, how many of you guys have played or are playing the Neverwinter Nights MMO?
I played it.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't played the MMO, I played 1 and 2.
I think it was good when it first came out, but Cryptic or whoever took it over, they don't know how to run it. It's just full of they try to nickel and dime you. It's not really that great.
But being able to solo and weapon armor choices make the game good. Well, what do you... Yeah, well, are we talking, Dermon, are you talking about turn-based games or real-time games? Because, the thing is, the vast majority of single-character games are action games like Monster Hunter, right? Or the Dark Souls games. Things like that. Fallout 3. There's not too many turn-based games where you play a single character. Partly because it doesn't leave a lot of room for tactics or strategy, right? And so it gets very simplistic. The big exception, of course, being traditional rogues. If you're going to play games that are like the original Rogue, then those are single-player or single-character games that are turn-based. They are very, very much a little small niche, a niche of a niche almost. But it is totally a thing, and I covered these on podcasts in the past, so I'm very familiar with them.
On a side note, I hit 15, so I do.
What was that?
I said I hit 15, so I do.
I'll finish off these guys here so I can flip without dying. Citizen boss, that's pretty cute. Let's see what we got here. This character's 14. How did you get 15 and my character's still 14?
Because I was 7 to start with.
Cheater. Alright, I'm gonna kill some more of these guys here.
I said a few times I leveled a little bit because I was trying to decide which power set to go with.
What I heard was cheating. Alright, so we've proven. I do prefer to create my own characters being solo. Okay, we're still the same comment. Okay, let me just kill another group of these guys here. They do like to die, to be fair. They do enjoy dying. Do you want to grab another character that you want to get up a little bit? Do you have any others you're sitting on at level 1?
I don't have anyone on Torch other than the 2 I plan on doing.
You could always move them over if you still have transfer tokens.
I'm aware.
Alright, so those guys are you done? Are you dead now? Can I look at my character now? Okay, I think this one now has hit 15. Okay. Alright, so this one has hit 15. So I'll come out there with you. What server are we on? We're on Torchbearer. Torchbearer. I'm slowly moving all my Excelsior characters over to Torchbearer. Let me see if I have any other level 1 characters that I need to level up here. Real quick. I'm not usually sitting on a ton of these things, but lately I've been on a kick. We have Aftershock, Earth Control, Earth Assault. This one I do want to level manually because I've never done Earth Control before. So that one I'll level manually. Live Wires, that's our character we made together. Stoned is a Seismic Blast. Earth, this is one I definitely want to fire farm because I've already done Seismic Blast before on a Sentinel. And this is a blaster. So let me go and get the... let me come over there to Pocket D with this character and we'll continue the farming as soon as I get this character over there.
Yeah, if you're going to be doing farming, continue doing farming for a while, then we'll bring someone over.
Yeah, because I want to get this... While I got it going, I want to get this blaster up too. So if you want to go grab somebody. Excelsior, yeah. Yeah, let me... Yeah, we're not going to farm all night. Maybe like... Oh gosh, is it already 10 o'clock? Shiz. I can't believe...
Yep.
Goodness gracious, freaking Twin Shot took my whole evening from me.
I mean, like I said, it did take an hour and a bit.
Freaking Twin Shot. You think it's going to be like a 30-minute quick low-level mission and she goes on and on and on. Hey, Buzz, how are you doing? And on. Did I mention she goes on?
I'll bring my other Titan weapon character. Particularly, I just want to show the design too. And they're conveniently already in Pocket D anyway.
Yeah. What's really funny is because, again, this server is so small, it makes it very easy for me to use the search command and find anybody, you know, who is sitting in there. So, yeah, just let me know your name. You don't have to spell it out. I can get you in. I'd rather do street sweeping than truck. You're not wrong, Jerome.
High voltage conductor. 90% of the reason I made this character was you can use a Springwood Crossing sign as a weapon.
I'm glad you had fun with that, Buzznuts. I think we lost Durnan in our conversation, though. Most unfortunate. Tiga Puncher is ready to join, alrighty. Oops. Do-be-do-be-do-do-do-do-do. There you go. I've been online so long I can't remember the games I used to play. Used to like. Oh, you're looking up names and stuff.
I'm on as the Cairo Kid.
Moo-boo-doo. Map. Pocket D. Search. Invite. Come over here and beat up these guys next. Keep the gravy tray going. So I take it, this is definitely not the crowd to talk about the new Dragon Quest 7 remake that just came out. We'll have to find something else. Okay. Sort of, not really an MMO, but sort of our MMO adjacent Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Anybody play those games? And a hush swept over the audience.
I was checking something.
Did you hear they're doing a remaster of Fallout 3?
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. But why not? They make money re-releasing Skyrim and Oblivion, every few years, so why not? It's like they're just printing off money just by re-releasing those. You'll talk about whatever you like. It's your stream. Well, I'm trying to find things that interest y'all. I mean, if any of y'all got any questions about City of Heroes, anything like that, certainly happy to talk about City of Heroes at depth. We could talk about my controversial takes on the tier list or anything like that. While we're farming talk's kind of like one of those things you got to pass by the time while you're farming things. To try.
Well, here's an idea for content. I was trying to figure out modding and not doing very well, and to do a quick tutorial on YouTube. I was surprised how quickly we were able to add some mods.
Yeah, the mods are pretty easy, and I think I've got a video up on those.
You do?
Yeah.
I'll have to look that up.
I think so. Let me double check here. Channel content, playlist, new player guides, videos, building new character, enhancements, IO, casual, how to respec, standalone, patron powers, flashbacks. I think I did the mod one before I did how to mod City of Heroes Homecoming, published November 13th, 2025. 11-minute video.
Look that up.
Viewed by millions and millions of YouTube followers. Okay, no, it really is like a few hundred views. But yeah, it's there. Let's see here. What are we saying? Skyrim 45th Edition's great to fit. Right, Doomian? Like, just Skyrim 45th Edition. What type of power is that in this? This is my fire farmer. So we're talking, I believe this is melee radiation and fiery aura brute. Not the best farmer in the world, but she's cheap and she does an honest day's work. We're just leveling up some low-level characters to get them up to like 15, 20 so they can start doing Ouroboros and alignment missions. It's pretty much, I only farm maybe once a month. I'll do a couple of farms like this to get some level 1 characters up to 15. Most of my characters I do level up from 1 though. In fact, the ones that you see me doing in the videos are leveled up from 1 with no double XP even. Because I do enjoy the leveling journey. But, like on this Earth Blaster I'm doing, I'm switching it from a Sentinel to a Blaster. So, I don't need to do 1 through 15 Earth Blasting again. Like, it's the same power set, it's just a different secondary. It's on a Blaster chassis instead of a Sentinel. What are you guys saying? My games are KOTOR 1 and 2, Knights, Diablo, and Diablo 2. My wife's been playing Diablo 4 lately, actually. Gotta see how she's doing with that game. Diablo 1, I stopped playing long enough for my characters to expire. Uh-oh.
Path of Exile 2 is better than Diablo 4.
Oh. Well, Path of Exile 2 is definitely a different audience, right? It's definitely like the difference between your World of Warcraft audience and your, think of a good analogy here, really hardcore MMO. It's World of Warcraft Classic audience.
It just has better character building.
Well, that's the thing. It's really, 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 really deep character building, which not everyone's into that. Like, Diablo 4 is definitely more appealing to more casual players.
Don't get me wrong, I do like Diablo 4. I don't have anything against it.
No, I just think it's a different audience.
Yeah,
I think it's a slightly different audience that they're going for with Diablo 4. So I think I do get the impression it's more casually. I mean, even back in the day, like Diablo 3 versus Path of Exile 1. Oh gosh, I wouldn't touch Path of Exile with a 10-foot pole because I don't want to look at, huge character calculating, building monstrosities and worried that if I make make a big mistake with my build, I'm gonna have to start all over from scratch because respecs are harder than pulling teeth. In Diablo 3, it's very forgiving. Oh, you don't like the way this combination's working out? Just swap out your runes, right?
PoE was the original one was very punishing. Path of Exile 2 is very easy to respect though.
Yeah, but it's also still super complicated. I don't know. It's not out yet fully, right? It's still in early access.
Yes, it is in early access still.
Yeah.
I played a few seasons of it. I had fun with it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No big deal. Made it to end game both times.
One of my super friends really loves that one. But I told him to get back to me when it's all said and done. I don't do a lot of early access games, but I always want to. I don't want to be too judgmental on something until it's complete and ready, and then hear the detailed reviews of the final product because so many things can change out of early access.
What about Titan Quest 2? Has anybody played that?
She is cooking. Yeah. Not me, just Titan Quest 1. Let's see here. What sets on that brute? I could show you the sets in a bit here when we take a break. And she's not getting her butt kicked by tons of enemies, preferably. We just use up some of these inspirations that are just kind of sitting here. See, she's in the middle of that mess, right in there. Just right in there somewhere. I think the whole screen just blew up there. I stopped MMOing for a mix of not knowing anyone playing them and trying to actively finish some games. What is this heresy you speak of, finishing games? Yeah. That is heresy. Yeah. No, almost ran out of carnies. I didn't know what I was going to do. I'm like, where's the next carnies at? Oh, there's some over here. Found some more. I mean, for me, I like games, as far as like my favorite games right now, I really like games like, whatchamacallit, like, or, games that make you feel powerful. So those are going to be like my Muso games, Dynasty Warriors, Earth Defense Force, Monster Hunter. I really do like a lot of those games. I spent a lot of time in them. But I played my share of CRPGs and stuff over the years as well. Final Fantasy VI is one of my all-time favorite JRPGs. I often use it as the example of why can't you guys do games like this anymore? And mind you, Final Fantasy VI wasn't my first. Like, some people say, oh, it's like kind of a bias when you pick your first Final Fantasy or whatever. Like, a lot of people pick 7 because it was the first one they played. But my first Final Fantasy was Final Fantasy 1. And I had played Final Fantasy 4 when it came out. It was Final Fantasy 2 back then. But 6 was done right. 6 was done beautifully. And I don't care what y'all say, 7 doesn't hold a candle. Oh, I'm Cloud! I got, yeah, I'm Cloud. Ugh, my head, and I hate people. Arr, spiky head protagonist. Yay.
My favorite Final Fantasy was 9 though.
Oh, 9 was great. 9 was also better than 7. Oh, Gosuke has a full list of Final Fantasy games there. Yeah, you know, I mean, 6 is my favorite, and it had pixelated graphics, but they were done really, really well. Yeah, the polygon graphics don't age super well, but 7 tries by having 7, 8, and 9 try by having, you know, the 2D hand-drawn backgrounds along with 3D, you know, characters and battle screens and stuff. I'm okay with the graphics. The graphics don't bother me a whole lot. But what makes 6 and 9 stand out are their writing. They take themselves seriously. They're written well. They got characters that I care about, and I worry what's going to happen to them. And if they die, when they died, it moves me. With Final Fantasy VII, when you know who died, I was like, that was stupid. I didn't shed a tear. And for me, a JRPG lives and dies by its story. Now, it does need to have a good battle system in order for me to stay engaged. I'm not playing a visual novel, for crying out loud. But, you know, you give up a lot of autonomy that you usually would have in a Western RPG by, you know, that where you would normally make your whole party because you're going to play the characters they want you to play, which is fine if you're going to tell a good story. My first few JRPGs like Dragon Quest IV, Final Fantasy 1, I hated them because I'm like, why would anybody want to play this? They pick the characters for you. You don't get to make the characters. What's the point? You know? It was not something I consider to be super cool. But it was Final Fantasy IV and especially 6 that got me to see what JRPGs were really meant to be. You know, what they could really be. These very focused things where you're playing these important roles in a story. You're not just reading a story, you're playing a part in a story. And they bring together storytelling, music, art, motion, to give you an experience that you can't get by reading a book. And because you're involved in it, you're moving the characters around, you're equipping them, you're fighting with them, it gives you an experience you don't get by watching a movie. And that's what convinced me JRPGs are really, you know, awesome in their own right. And that's what I was kind of missing with the NES generation of JRPGs. There wasn't really much of a great story in Final Fantasy 1. Dragon Quest IV had a little bit of something going on there, and it was really cool at the beginning, but it fell apart for like the second part of it. It started off with this interesting premise that you're gonna do the stories of each of these characters one at a time and get to meet each of them, and it was really cool. Like, hey, one of my characters is, you know, in this team is really just a shopkeeper, and he's got a wife who cares about him and all this jazz. It was actually pretty cool. But then you get to chapter 5, which is about your hero, your self-insert, and it's like all those guys became backup singers and it forgot to do a whole lot about fleshing them out as characters and stop telling their story. It really felt flat. I played the Dragon Quest IV remake on the DS later on. It still kind of felt flat. What are you guys saying here? JRPGs need the character story. Yeah, yeah. Chrono Trigger was really great too. Yeah, absolutely. And Super Metroid, super great. I love Metroids. I love Metroidvanias. And Super Metroid was absolutely the master class in how to do those. It holds up so well to this day. I'm really glad they have RPG elements in them. That's what a Castlevania or a Metroidvania is, right? Because Symphony of the Night basically added those elements. And that's what gave us that genre, so to speak. But I like the original Metroid games as well. They still work with me if they don't have the RPG mechanics. Suikoden, Phantasy Star Online sound like good ones. Sure, sure, sure. Well, my defenses are down. What the hell? Alright, that's what I get for not paying attention to my endurance, I suppose. Come on, turn back on. Nobody likes you, bad commander. Die. 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 Okay. Let me just flip over here and see where this character's at if I can. 14. Almost there. Alright. A little bit more, and then I'll hit the exit and call it a night. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, let's see here. I like Metroid Dread also. Oh yeah, Metroid Dread. That game looks awesome. I haven't got to it yet, but I've only heard good things about it. Looks really good. Logged into a Hemi raid, so much happening, so I snuck into the hive. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, Suikoden was also a classic, absolutely. Another game just so far ahead of its time. Okay. Suikoden 3. Nice, nice. The Secret of Mana. Oh yeah, Secret of Mana was really cute. It didn't hold up though very well. Like I tried playing it. I tried playing some of the Mana games because there's a Mana collection that came out on the Switch, and I'm like, this one didn't hold up as well. That one, those more action-y oriented type of games that were, just that one didn't hold up very well there. Yeah, and the new Mana game looks very, very pretty, but its gameplay, it's okay. I mean, by the time it was done, I was done with it. I was glad it was done. Let me check my level here. Alright, that should be good enough. He can get an Ouro. Good enough for me. Princess can do Ouros. Need does focus less on how pretty a game is and how it actually plays. Yeah, it's been a big problem with later games. Absolutely. Alright, farm is officially over.
Thanks for that.
Oh, yeah. Now we need to equip up and level up our new anime characters. So Ghost Yuki and I made some anime characters.
Back in a minute, I'll go outside.
Thank you, Lord Chaos. Okay. Let's level up Sunshine. Oh, let's see here. Lightning ball, ball lightning. Everyone loves a little ball lightning.
As it did, the rings and the rays tattooed on the bow got brighter and hotter until I could feel my bones trembling.
Yeah, definitely helps for some quick levels. Thank you for hanging out tonight, Chaos.
It was overbearing, but the creatures must have been nearly blind. I could see its face contort, but it didn't shy away. It locked into a tree and thrust out at me. It was fast, far faster than I could aim.
What is this? This is like a little pet here. This is a little pet. He lasts for 2 minutes and only takes a minute to recharge. Oh, who doesn't like a pet? Yeah, everyone likes a pet. Range debuff special. No. He sounds cute. Everyone needs one.
The words came out slow, but I saw Klein comply as he turned around. My world turned nearly black as my bolt increased in size and
Healing.
And then I released the string. Under hyper slow motion, I could tell that I would have missed.
I need more slots.
I was off by a few feet, but it didn't matter. The arrow became a meter wide as it shot through the forest like a railgun, clipping the creature's shoulder and swallowing the wing. Then the blast went forward, punching a massive hole into a tree before continuing on. The brightness dimmed after that, revealing the normal world again. To the left of the fried corpse of the beast I killed was a second creature.
You heading out, Puzz?
Howling in pain and clinging onto a tree strangely. The others were crying the same, and after the disoriented creature wobbled back into place, it started flying away, moving from tree to tree, moving deeper into that dark and terrifying forest. As soon as it saw the chaos, it turned and fled with a cry I hadn't heard before.
Let's head for flight or mystic sorcery. Ooh.
Then the spell shattered, sending an assault of sounds crashing into my eardrums. I immediately screamed, hitting the ground, gripping my head, wishing it would stop. If there were a rock near me, I probably would have smashed my head and made myself black out. That's how much it hurt. And it didn't. So the most I could do was...
Let's see, 75%, negative 17% endurance on target. Holy crap, Oli. Where have you been my whole life?
Alana watched the screen with a larger party than before. Ever since Mira completed her legacy...
Negative 7 endurance, negative 7 endurance. Let's see, negative 38% for short. Was that short circuit? Oh, I knew that was a winner.
Who returned the next day for the company, minus Telgin, who had fulfilled her promise to join Brindle. 2 hours ago, Axel was stewing over the Brindle's flesh was mutually exclusive.
Fair enough. You know, I just noticed that the AI picture only has her with 1 ponytail, but she has 2. I might have to do a new AI picture. So hard. Or I have to change her ponytail to 1 ponytail in the game.
The entire watching party was dead silent and tense as they watched Mira running away from the Breebots.
Okay. So, that's all done.
Everyone was certain this time. Mira was dead. No doubt about it. She couldn't outrun the creatures, and Klein couldn't fight them all.
Oh, what you talking about, Durna?
Didn't die. Mira sacrificed everything to stand her ground and use a spell she had learned a few hours before, and a bow she had never touched. Yet it paid off. The entire screen turned white when she released a shot, and when it returned, they could see 3 trees with massive holes punched into them, including the creature she hit, whose body was pulverized. It was amazing, but it had a serious cost. Mira hit the ground screaming, and while Klein listened and closed his eyes, he was still rolling on the ground, pawing at his eyes. If the other creature decided to attack, they would die. But the overwhelming blast shocked the creature to their core, sending them fleeing.
Recipes. Beautiful, gorgeous recipes. Sell them all. Oh, chance for negative energy damage. That's a nice one.
Almost forgot how strong that bow is.
The old joke of how good something works? Ah. I don't have hardly any money. That is a very bad turnout I got from that. Well, I got some good money from the recipes, I suppose. Huh. Alright, let's put this in there and get some money for that. Alright, so let's do a bunch of damage, guys. Level 17? I thought it said 15 when I got out of there. Oh, that's because I'm still in a group. Okay, that's better. I was about to say, whoa, what happened there? This thing's handing out free levels to people and not telling them about it.
That's somebody else's shit.
Yeah, well, I got it all figured out now. Let's see. Some endurance, some accuracy, some damages. Endurance modifications are helpful. Some accuracies, some heal.
I opened my eyes to feeling like I was hungover. My head was throbbing and the sounds around me seemed like piercing needles. For a few minutes, I just tried to calm my mind, ignoring the sticky texture.
Yeah, because this is...
Leaves and small dirt. What happened? I silently asked,
Galvanotric Sentinel.
patching everything back together.
Yeah, this is gonna really rob them of some of their endurance. This is gonna bring a tear to my eye.
Eyes puffy and red. It wasn't in tears. The eyes were pleased.
The enemy gets to be the one that we endurance and shit.
Yeah, this is electric, so it's definitely designed to suck some endurance out of these guys. Let's see. Heal, damage, accuracy. Well, heal, damage, accuracy, heal. Oh, good. It's got really great accuracy built in. That's what I like to see. So I can throw another... I could definitely throw another doohickey into it. Another damage into that. What am I putting in a Galvanotric Sentinel? Let's see here. Discharge does 3% recharge, regeneration, strength to all enemies minus. He doesn't... Does he even do a lot of damage? I don't think he does a lot of damage. I don't even think he takes damage reduction. He's just there to pester people and lower their regeneration, is what it looks like.
Right now, it was a trump card. I couldn't forget that. Tonight, I had to practice my mental shielding no matter what. I felt like the latest suicide quest was on a different level entirely. I needed every advantage I could get.
Can he take endurance mods?
I stood and looked at the creature that Klein had killed. Name, revolt, death, type, spirit beast, bat, summary. Congratulations on surviving this creature, somehow. Because you weren't supposed to. Half sugar glider, half harbinger of death.
And what does energizing circuit do?
And then propel themselves off.
Gives you 25 endurance and a strength to recharge.
Is it fast? It's necessary. They're notoriously sensitive to poisons, so their entire life is one big game.
So let's do...
They're really, really good at it. Their tackle works as
Let's do a couple of... Let's do a couple of recharges on that and a couple of flights. Couple of recharges, couple of flights, couple of recharges, couple of flights.
Description: fat body, humanoid torso, black fur, and the nose of a dog. They cackle a war cry as they fly through the forest. Key facts. 1. Their bodies absorb water from the
I
atmosphere.
never actually came to this vendor before. I usually go to the one inside the building.
This feature also makes their bodies susceptible to poison, so they are careful when they hunt. 2. Free belts have a strong sense of smell to help detect poisons. 3. Read more. I read through the rest of the information carefully, leaving out nothing. There was nothing
Okay.
in the warning section that I hadn't just
This character is good to go. I'm gonna grab the exploration badges in the Aura portal. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna be at the portal when you're done the
That way I can...
exploration.
Yeah, I'm just grabbing the exploration badges really quick. Takes 2 minutes tops, so I can get some quick merits there. And you end up get the Aura portal while I'm here. Hand me done. Hand me down, hand me done, right, Puzz? Hand me up, hand me down. Hand me done. Yeah, that's fair. Grabbing those badges, oh yeah. There's our 5 units of reward merits. There we go. Ugh. Now an Ouro. Ugh. Let's move these powers around a little bit. Do I need Brawl? Nope. No Apprentice Charm. Don't need Walk. Oh, don't need Walk. Don't need Rocket Pack, really. Nah, there's a little ball. Little ball right there. And he's pink, too. Why wouldn't he be pink?
Allow me to make something clear. My head hurts. I'm mildly traumatized, and I hate my life. But I'm moving forward to complete this legacy.
What's this? Shock, range foe. You know, it's a problem. All these powers are the same color, and I don't know which ones are my primaries and my secondaries. So shock, rejuvenating. and then energizing circuit. And then we have our fireball, and we have our short circuit, which is our PB AoE, which is going to be very important. Yeah, we're looking pretty good here.
Seriously? She made demands to gods over something this petty? This girl's got bigger balls than Alex's face contorted in rage when he realized that Corey was looking at him. Hey, I'd take that. She doesn't have balls, you brute. Alana interrupted. How dare you imply my apprentice has something so ugly between her legs? Oh, Corey mocked. You're losing touch in real time. Alana rolled her eyes. If she wins his legacy, she'll surely choose my subclass. If she doesn't, she will accept my legacy. I can't believe you'd assume she would do anything but. Hold up, another god said. What? Oh. The woman suddenly burst into uncontrollable laughter. What? Capsule asked. She responded with a scream. Alana turned back to the screen and noticed that Mira had only walked maybe 50 feet before turning on her spore barrier and pulling out the water sap plant. In front of her was a massive red puffball that was half buried underground, making it look like a mound. The only peculiarity was that it wasn't
Okay.
making it look like a red ant ball.
There's some fun weekly stride targets this week. Cool.
Mira made sure that Klein was safely under her barrier before she stepped on it, resulting in a volcanic explosion of yellow spores that glittered in the air. Mira quickly raised her hand and clenched it, sucking all the spores together in a spinning sphere, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. To make things more surreal, she folded the translucent flour bag twice from the inside to make the lip wider, while it spun, before capturing all the spores in the bag. Lastly, she folded it back out and twisted it closed, knotting it 3 times before storing it in a preservation chamber and using seal to preserve it. Such a display is elementary to gods, but for a new neophyte it was a showcase of real magical talent. Despite that, no one could get over the situation enough to care. 10 strides, Corey roared, eliciting some laughter. And the way they came from was safe too. Spent an entire info request to take a few steps and turn around. Alana flushed red. She didn't like anyone speaking ill about her apprentices, so she turned to him. It still would have taken her forever to find it. Yeah, because a big-ass red blob's hard to spot.
Finished on your end?
I'm sitting here in Ouro. In Ouro.
I've just been wandering around Atlas waiting.
No, it's that being Ouro. Farting around with the little, Oh, this looks pretty cute.
Yeah, I was waiting in Atlas in case you needed a portal, that's all.
No, I pick it up. As I was saying, I was doing the, I do my exploration badges and pick up the Ouro portal while I'm doing them. It's pretty easy to do because the Ouro portal's right there, right there next to that one merit reward downstairs. So it's very easy to pick up your Ouro portal while you're picking up the exploration badges. Takes like 2 extra seconds.
Fuck you, fuck me, fuck everyone. How can you believe that I ruined my score and made a grand declaration to the gods just to walk 50 feet and turn around? I was hoping that it would at least tell me to take an ultra-safe secret passage somewhere, but it didn't. The map said I'd be taking the same route.
Give me 1 second, finish this.
What I never mentioned was that the clover ball mushroom was, in fact, a trap point. I mean, the thing exploded like a landmine when I stepped on it. So when I got within 20 feet, I instantly got the notification. But look, I know it's fine. I gathered a bats the size of petite, underweight women are flying at me at the speed of sound. And I barely survived by blinding my cat and cracking my own.
Alright, let me pop this into here.
I was in an area that could have had a nest of the freaks, and I wanted to leave and lick my goddamn wounds. So I don't regret using the information request. But seriously?
There we go.
50 fucking feet?
It's a lot of laser blast there. Alright, let me just check. Ow! Ooh, I'll be right back. Ouch. Alrighty. Whew. Oh yeah, I have arthritis issues, Puzz. Don't get old. Just things start breaking down the older you get. It's horrible. It really is no fun.
Beats the alternative.
Stay young forever. That's the way to go. Whew.
If only it was that easy.
All right, we got to rescue the mystic from the circle because that's like the quickest 3 merits you can make and get you 2 exploration badges along the way for your long range teleporter. Including the infamous Perez Park. Nobody likes you, Perez Park. Break it down, do the City of Heroes rap, rapping left, rapping right, rapping all night, oh yeah. Unlocking those badges, badging it away. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing up there? Kitty hair. You're trying not. You got to figure out the hack, Puzz. You got to figure out the hack. Oh, I'm sad to see that I'm the only person who is excited about Dragon Quest VII. And nobody cares about Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. You coming there,
I don't have a marker anywhere on my map for where I'm supposed to be going.
You should see it at the top. It should say Finding Fortune Teller in Perez Park.
Yeah, it's just not showing me where in Perez Park it is.
Well, you have to come to Perez Park. It's right there, right to the south. The green, it borders Steel Canyon we were just in, so it's to the south there. See the green dot that says Perez Park?
That would explain it. I've literally never been to Perez Park.
Perez Park's your friend. Now, if you fly over to where I'm at, I'll show you. Then there's an exploration badge here, so if you ever have to come to Perez Park again on this character, you can just use your long-range teleport to get here. So here's a little something. I don't know if it's a health issue or not, right? I stay somewhat active. I do some exercises here and there, and I make sure I walk and stuff like that. I'm no young spring chicken, but I can walk a few miles, and I don't get super exhausted or winded or anything like that. So that's always a good thing at my age. It's right down here, by the way, by the pier. There you go. And you want to fly away from there as quickly as possible before you get attacked. Oh, and better yet, they take away your flying ability. That's even better. Anyways, so today, I usually been at the knees. I was filling up my tire with air, and I usually been at the knees because it's good exercise to go up and down my knees. But this time I just bent over straight on my back. And I almost passed out because the blood rushed where it wasn't supposed to rush to. I actually had to like lean on the car. I've never had to like do that before. I think it's like such an old man thing, right? Like losing your balance. I'm like usually really good about balance. I'm like, oh, that must mean I'm getting old. Oh, I forgot to get the frickin' reveal. Oh well, no big deal. But I was like, oh gosh.
This is basically two giant loops.
Needless to say, I can't like do a handstand because I would just pass out. But even bending over is a little scary. I feel like that guy's not going to cause you more problems. He has no more endurance. Just realized I could probably use another attack power. Oops. There's my Scourge. Hey, Flea, how are you doing today? Come on, you stupid NPC. I'm living the dream here, Flea. I hope everything's going good with you. Hope the Lord's treating you well, and that hope everything's going well, and we're just hanging here and enjoying our blessings, I suppose. And there we go. 3 quick reward merits. Ka-ching. Let me take the cat to the litter box. I'll be right back.
The wyvern's glassy blue eye turned to you. A Kiva. How interesting. Aiden paused and whispered, Kiva? The warden looked at him. What'd you say? Aiden looked at the massive wyvern-like creature but got no response. So he turned to the man. I just remembered hearing the word Kima. Do you know what it means? Yeah, it means beast talker. I'm guessing you can hear it without touching? Aiden smiled wryly. He didn't want to piss off this creature by unveiling secrets, but he wouldn't hide the obvious. Such a creature would trust that he would leave the room and spill everything. Yeah, he said. Is that rare? It is rare, but not particularly rare, if that makes sense. And it'd be more surprising if you weren't, given what you've done. The wyvern narrowed his eyes, and Aiden felt an icy shiver crawl down his spine. It felt like he was stabbed in the back with distrust and carved down to his waist. I've contracted a demigod. Aiden silently yet frantically communicated to the beast. It was only temporary. The wyvern chuffed. Absurd. I'll leave you to speak, the warden said, stepping back. Spare your breath. Aiden looked between the two awkwardly. He didn't want to give up so soon. People went through a lot of effort to bring him here. Still, if that girl didn't want to be rescued, he didn't find any reason to comply with the request. He didn't particularly care about fame or rewards. He just wanted to live with his pets and work with animals. Yet, this wyvern looked so pitiful. It was locked in chains for over a century. It hurt his soul. Don't you dare pity me, the wyvern said gruffly. Don't you want to do this quest? Aiden knew that it got the message because Elionis got it. If he did, then every spirit beast did. The Vraxel looked at him in bewildered disdain. To help my captors? No. Aiden shook his head with slow, hypnotic movements and then looked at the wyvern's chained wings. Then he looked it in the eye. To fly. 2. I opened the door to the shelter like a stereotypical 1970s husband, dramatically stepping in, bone-tired, barely smiling when his child screams, Daddy, and rushes over with tiny steps. My desire to flop on the bed and slather the rest of the balm on me just to deal with my aching joints was incredible. I was so physically and mentally exhausted that I didn't even want to take a bath, let alone eat. Purify, I thought absent-mindedly. All the dirt and grime and sweat fell off me like a waterfall, hitting the ground in a fine stream like sand. I used external mana as well, so it also cleaned Klein. Bed? I asked. Klein nodded and gracefully hopped onto the clean sheets I purified that morning. I wasn't so grateful. I stood before the bed like a log and then fell on it face first, bouncing slightly before falling still. Get up, I told myself, but my body didn't listen. The inconvenient truth was that practicing anything required mental concentration, and my body's need for rest and sleep hadn't changed despite my strength and stamina increasing. Hopefully mental shielding would improve that. I needed it. I drifted off to sleep. 2 hours later, I shot awake, feeling like I failed to
Okay. Whew. Alrighty. I've got farm fatigue. Uh-oh. Why you got farm fatigue, Flea? What happened? Mostly just run tasks and strikes unless I'm farming an AoE. And you guys know me, I run story arcs. Lots and lots and lots of story arcs. And alignment missions. I think alignment missions are also pretty fun. I'm really getting to know them pretty well because I feel like they're a little limited. 300 million to go. You know, you could do that in like 3 hours on the auction house if you flip stuff. You don't need to have all of that to play the game. I guess I always get confused, like, what is the purpose of doing all of that? What do you get for doing all of that? Because we're playing the game and we got these, like, level some characters that have no money and we're having tons of fun and we're powering over things. We're doing really well. In fact, we're going to do Frostfire. Doesn't that sound like fun, Yuki? You want to do some Frostfire, Yuki?
I did it a couple dozen times. What's another?
Mm-hmm. He's a classic. Let me look to see on my list if there's anything that kind of comes underneath the same lines on in terms of scope and stuff at this level. Story arcs level 14. There's not too many choices, but there is. You know, we could try this. We could try the Heart of the Hollows. I did really good on that one last time I did. It took me the same amount of time, but you make 30 merits instead of 18. So, could try it. Okay, but Fleet, this character here, any of my characters you see me do, are the vast majority of them are zero self-funded, which means they're not getting money from my established characters. They're no different than a new player starting out. Other than my knowledge of game mechanics, right? Which I share with the videos. No, everybody doesn't need a farmer. I don't even need a farmer. I only use farmers like once a month to get a few of the characters up 1 through 15. If I didn't have a farmer, I would just get them up 1 through 15 the normal way. It doesn't take that long to get up to level 15. Yeah, he doesn't have a farmer. Yuki doesn't have a farmer. You don't need a farmer. I don't need a farmer. I hardly use farmers. If my farmer got deleted tomorrow, I wouldn't care. Okay, I care a teeny bit, but that's about it.
More for the loss of character than the loss of farmer.
Yeah. Oh man, I keep forgetting to buy this stupid doodad.
We're basically having the opposite situation last time.
Yeah. Delete it then? But that you know, that's a little childish, Flea. You're missing my point. The point is, like, go watch my videos. I've got playlists dedicated to zero self-funded characters where I play the game without using farmers, without using double XP, without using handouts, without using emailed money, and they do fine. There's no reason to need a farmer to play this game and enjoy it at all. I do it all the time. I have videos. Lots of videos. This character right here is an example. Like,
I'm gonna have a farmer eventually, but I'm leveling it up normally. Turns out it's...
I understand your point. I completely reject it. Okay, then explain to me what you need the farmer for. Where is the quote-unquote need? Because lots of people play the game without a farmer, so I'm a little confused at the word need. Or what exactly is such that... I'll rephrase it another way, probably. It's a little bit more... What's the desperate want for a farmer? Like, what's your end goal at the end of the day with the... You don't want you to have a farmer. Let me turn down that volume from the game, because again, it's just... It loves to get loud.
Oh, one nice thing about this map is there's no branches.
Yeah, I like how he's like, I'm free, I'm running away, yay! And it's like, no, you're not free.
Not free, just gonna die tired.
I like how I blew myself up with the box.
They exploded in my mind,
Oh.
battering my head from all directions. I wanted to
Freedom is for the birds. Yeah, it's not for these guys, sadly.
Collateral the box.
Yeah, the box was just collateral there.
prickled goose flesh, waving around my body like a cloak. It felt like electricity was cracking in my chest as well. Son of a bitch, I thought, finally breaking away from chanting. I knew it. I wanted to quit under sheer spite, but I couldn't move. I was still locked and frozen in that empty chamber, listening to Lithgow's voice speaking out to me. There was no choice.
Nice long empty hallway.
Yeah, this is what we call high-end engaging gameplay right here. When he says everyone needs a farmer, he means we need people farming money so they can buy the stuff we put on the auction house. Ooh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, that's actually pretty admirable. He wants to be part of the economy and buy the stuff that I keep posting up on there, that we keep posting up on there. That's fair. We do need people to farm. Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna be clear, like, I'm obviously not against money farmers because somebody buys all the salvage I post up. That's true.
Well, that's not the only way to make money.
No, I meant everybody has a farming too. You can't gaslight me. I'm not trying to gaslight anybody. You can tell me how I'm trying to gaslight you, but it is not true that everyone has a farmer. In fact, Yuki, who's my gaming buddy here, he is my dynamic duo buddy. He does not have a farmer. Not everybody has a farmer.
Like, I don't even have anyone max level yet.
Now the farmer that I have was made by an old guild mate and stuff, and he wanted me to help the guild with farming because I helped to run the super group with him back in the day on Reunion. That's the only reason I have a farmer. It's a leftover from my time with him, and I told him I would do it, but only if he could build me one that cost like under, I think it was either 300 or 500 million, because that's how much I had saved up at the time. So that's actually a cheap farm that I have. It isn't going to be like smashing out +4s or +5s or anything like that. It just squeaks by. Exceptions to the rule don't make the rule. Well, then it's incumbent on you then to prove that 98% of players have a farmer. I don't see where, and even if they did, again, you haven't really answered the question, I guess, as I'm trying to figure out why exactly you feel like you need this high-end farmer. Like, what's the ultimate end goal? So I primarily made a farmer, as I was saying, I made a farmer because my guild leader wanted me to help out our new people and stuff by helping them to farm up, you know, when they came into the guild and stuff. So that was the reason why I originally created a farm, and I only did it because he made it for me. Like, he told me what to make, and then I paid for it. I just bought the materials. It was pretty cheap. It's a cheap farmer. I didn't have to work very hard for it at all. I had plenty of money lying around from playing the game a lot anyways. So it was no skin off my teeth. Bust the second base now. Well, this is nice. We don't have to do much of anything. Just go over and bust one base after another.
hurried back to the door. Thank you.
A door into the same cliff we just finished.
And by the way, Flea, we're not saying these are just two exceptions, right? Like, I think if you poll any 10 players that are in our chat right now, a few of them aren't going to have it. So I don't think it's just 1 or 2 out of 100. I think it's quite a few people don't have farmers. Particularly, particularly those who are watching, and hanging out on my channel, because the channel is mostly for new and returning players, so a lot of them don't have farmers. Now, I provide them with a lot of advice on how to make money in the game, how to get up and running, how to get good sets. I do all of that, and none of my advice involves having to get a farmer. I can show you lots of ways of making money quite efficiently without ever having a farmer. Yeah. Hey, Big Moonshot, how are you doing today? Nice to see you here. I think it's been a hot minute. That might be your first comment, and I'm just getting old. I just don't remember things very well. And I have to say, this little electric corruptor's working out pretty good, I think. I'm pretty happy so far. We're zapping things. We're taking away their endurance when we want to.
They get to have both bars emptied.
Right. I clearly reject, and we're going to have to just agree to disagree. I haven't, I'm asking, you still haven't answered my question, Flea. I was asking, why do you feel like you have to have a farmer? I haven't really even, I'm not even sure what we would agree to disagree on. I'm just asking, why do you feel the need to do so much work to earn one? What's the ultimate goal for you at the end of the day with the game? Like, what's your end goal? Like, I like in real life, for example, I farm at a job, so to speak. I work to pay my bills, to put a roof over my head type of thing. That's the reason why I work. As I like to say, I work to live, I don't live to work, right? To outfit your tunes. To earn money faster to outfit your tunes. And then what's the purpose of outfitting your... I'm assuming you mean outfitting your tunes in, like, the best gear possible, right? Like, super high-end gear, right? I think that would probably... I don't want to assume things and put words in your mouth, right? But I also know, like, a lot of my characters that have never been on any farms or received any money from any farmers or any of my other characters have got full SOs and non-set IOs very, very easily. And some of them have set IOs without doing any farming or anything like that. But that's because... those aren't the high-end. Like, we're not talking like the superior sets, obviously. Those are pretty expensive, right? So I'm assuming you mean so that you can get into the super high-end sets. Why do you want to get into the super high-end sets? And one of the reasons I'm asking why you're typing that response is because I soloed the game 1 through 50. And usually by the time I'm 50, I'm usually doing times 3, 4, or 5, depending on the class and the archetypes. And that's without even using... And a lot of my characters, I don't even have any set bonuses. And the ones that I do are low-end set bonuses. They're cheap set bonuses, right? So you can solo the game no problem without doing all that extra work. So... But I imagine you have other things you want to do other than solo the game at times 3 to 5. It is really funny. The fire farmer, the fire farmer, when you look, I have like 50 characters and my fire farmer probably is the most expensive character I have. I don't know if my mastermind definitely isn't more expensive. My sentinel is not more expensive. Maybe Firebug might be close. Yeah, Firebug. Firebug. Let's see here. Because let's see here. If you build a fire farm, you could. Okay. Because you need to use a bunch of winter sets to get the 45 defense and 90 to fire anyways. Right. See, that's the thing about fire farming is that you have to have the iron sets to make all that work. That's true. I've been playing with 2 guys regularly, and they mainly want to farm. It's good to a certain point. I think learning layout mission maps are good ways to improve your game knowledge. So you have these 2 guys that just want to play farms there, Big Moonchild. That's all they want to do. They just like the farms. They just want to play the farms. That is the game to them. It's really funny because usually farms are a means to an end and not an end unto themselves. But with some people, they may be the end, right? It's up to people, I guess, to find out what they want from the game. Do I have a... Come on. Let me put this up here so I can keep an eye on your health. Ooh, there's a boss. He's a boss. He's a boss. He's a boss with no endurance. Stupid boss. See, I just trained that boss. I'm just using SOs. It's great. Yeah, I used to love doing Master Statesman Task Force back in the day. Statesman Task Force. I want to be able to do the high difficulty stuff with different characters. Now, what do you mean exactly by a high difficulty? Because that can mean a number of things. Are you going to be running like the 4-star, the super hard high-end task force with a group of players that that you're hanging out with and you already know? Or are you just talking about, hey, I just want to solo some ×5 content? Like what's your end goal at the end of the day for playing the game? Let me see. Do I need to contact this guy? Yes. Let me go fly over to Sunshine there. The only build I use that's comparable to a 5 farmer cost is a crab spire because it needs lots of global recharge. Yeah, and if you look up my video on the Unstoppable Firebug, by the way, there's a character, she never used any money from farming that I can recall. She just played the game, she just played up through the story arcs and then used the merit rewards to get stuff and make money through the merit rewards. And she obviously has sets. Now we have to hunt a whole bunch of these global things. There's some down here. She has sets, but they're not like superior sets or anything like that. And she's doing +4 content. Now sometimes I have to use inspirations and stuff, but she does ×4 content, no problem. She could definitely join a team running 8×4 and hold her own. Abso-freaking-lutely. Where'd you go? There you are. I'm trying to find your group here so I can help out. Yeah, definitely. The only my farmers start as part of a trio. We want to do +4 ×8 content. You can do so my person who doesn't have high-end sets does +4 content ×4. Now I don't do ×8 because she's a sentinel and I'm already kind of pushing it. And sentinels have damage cast, but if there was just 2 of her, we could easily do ×8 content. And I feel like if there's 3 of us, it'd be overkill. That's why they put 5, 6, and 7 in the game, because they knew that +4 was just really not too hard to reach anymore. I leveled up in a few weeks doing Zone Arcs, Task Force, and AV missions. Yeah, plus while farming, I've collected a bunch of stuff from my blaster and troller, lowering the startup cost. Why are we psychoanalyzing me? We're totally psychoanalyzing you. No, I'm always curious, and there's a Bible passage that says that a wise man counts the cost before he begins the build, right? And so I'm always curious, like, what exactly is the end goal of someone when someone comes onto the channel and they say, I feel like I have to, and granted, it strikes me as odd because I've been playing the game for many, many, many moons, and I do lots of things. I've never felt like I've had to have a farmer to do them. So I'm just kind of curious, what. Now I do know, if you want, if you are doing certain super high end, and I do mean super high end, like you're doing the 4-star task forces. No, the 4-star task forces are on a whole different level, right? Those are something they added to the game. Oh gosh, I don't remember how long ago. Not too long ago, and they are very, very challenging. Maybe a year and a half ago, year and a half ago. And they are definitely made for specifically built tunes. And then there's also the +7 content that they added not too long ago. So if you were gearing up and doing that kind of stuff, I'd be kind of curious about it, because I like to hear from other people who play the game differently, and I want to know how Homecoming's changes are kind of working for you. And providing more of a challenge for people who are looking for that sort of high-end challenge. Understand that 2 years ago, the biggest challenge we had was 8-4. And that could be done with, if you're talking like a group of full players, you could do that with SOs, no problem. You didn't need a high-end set for that at all. If you were talking about soloing it, that's a different story. And I have some friends who solo 8x4, and they help me with my builds. So if you had come here and you had said, well, the answer to that question, Phil, is I do a bunch of 8-4 builds and I want to get them up and running as fast as possible, then that would lead to a conversation, a different conversation like what I have with those friends. I do a bunch of runs with a group chat that does everything with all Veets. Oh my gosh, that's funny.
In this case, it's got about a dozen different branches.
Oh yeah, oh my gosh, it's been so long since I've done that. I know exactly what you're talking about though, because it is pretty unique in its layout. Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Everywhere I look splits into 3 ways.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I think you just basically want to kind of head towards whatever the end is, as best as you can tell, like the furthest, from the entrance type of deal. But I don't have the map maker because I keep forgetting to buy it, so I'll just follow you. I've ended up like having to clear out this whole cave before because I got lost in it. That's why I remember I did this a couple of times way in the day.
Oh, you're relying on somebody with 0 sense of direction, so let's see how this goes.
Yeah, like head for the most southern point, furthest away from our entrance, but yeah, it'll be way to the south.
The southern point's the middle.
Yeah, just keep on heading. Let's see here. You have a plan of action, but yeah, you may not. It sounds like you may not have a really great destination. And then if you are, I mean, I don't think you're ever wasting time when you're having fun, but as long as you're having fun, that's what's important. But you might be, you might be overkilling, let's put it that way. So one of the interesting things about the game and gearing is that when you get to level 50, when you're talking like a level 50 character and you're talking about gearing them up, a character with no gear, of course, is obviously going to be pretty weak. That first 100, that first, I would say 5 million that they spend, like if you just get like a full set of IOs for 5 million, or SOs I should say, for 5 million, will make you so much more powerful than if you had no gear at all, right? The next 5 million, which would just give you a couple of sets, like at that point, or, get you a couple of set IOs. The next 5 million gives you a bit more powerful. The next 5 million gives a little bit more power. You basically get what diminishing returns. Now, they do add up. And 5 million is probably a small increment to use. I usually tell people the first 50 million you spend on your character is your best 50 million. And then after that, it gets kind of, it goes downhill from there. You just get incremental returns. That's why characters just using SOs can actually take on some pretty high content depending on the archetype. One thing I'm eternally grateful for stuff that's way cheaper now is back in the day. I remember 100 million for one IO. Oh yeah, no, it's definitely much cheaper. And you can get it even cheaper. Like one reason I don't have to spend a lot of time in farms is, let's say I want a Luck of the Gambler, right? So that's like 6 million. You can just convert into it. I did this on stream the other day. I bought a piece for 500,000 and I converted to a Luck of the Gambler. Why do I need to spend 6 million a pop? As long as you're willing to take a little time. And that was faster than if I farmed for that money too, by the way. So that's another reason why I ask you so many questions, because it's really not the most, if all you care about is money, it's really sometimes not the most efficient way to make money. Or save money, in a manner of speaking.
Playing the game to accumulate money is a lot like living your life to accumulate money. It doesn't make any sense. You might want to accumulate money to get what money buys. But there are people out there who just want to make money.
And making money can be an interesting game. And that's being a numbers guy. What's interesting is I do find fascination and entertainment in understanding all the different ways of making money. I don't necessarily find the activities all that fun and exciting. That's why you don't see me just sitting on here on the streams making money, even though I know some very efficient ways to do so. And I would do it if I felt like I had to do it. So let's say I got to level 50 and I felt like content was closed off to me because I couldn't tackle some of the dungeons unless my gear score was a certain height. And so I needed to get more money in order to reach the gear score in order to do the dungeons, then you would probably see me farming, because it's a faster and more efficient way to make money than maybe just picking my nose or street cleaning or whatever the case may be. But I don't feel that in City Heroes. City Heroes feels like a very unique game to me because it's quite possible to have very powerful characters without having to have a ton of money. Unless you're, obviously this is all kind of relative. If you are doing that 7-star or 7+ or that 4-star content because you're running with which usually also requires a high-end group, or you really enjoy the idea of soloing 8x4 on your own, because you like building certain challenging tunes, then there's definitely an argument to make sure that, you have all this money and you just want to grind up as quick as possible. So you can get there. But it's first step number one is did you build it and test it on the test server before you spend all that time investing in this character? Did you make sure if it was a solo character that was going to be viable? And my friend does that, by the way. The friend I was talking about, he's like, yeah, I tested on the test server before I put all this time into it. I made sure it was going to work. Luck of the Gambler is crazy expensive. I was giggling when I bought 10 of them for my character for under 50 million. Yeah, and you don't even need to spend that much, Flea. Like I was saying, I probably spend half that much. If you just don't mind, if you learn the conversion system and once you understand that conversion system, you can easily get those things for half price. Well, you do need the Luck of the Gambler. I've gotten it cheaper, and sometimes I've gotten it a little more expensive when the Luck of the Gambler wasn't with me. You're right, Alex. The auction house can be another great... In fact, if you were to then sell those Luck of the Gamblers and sell them wholesale, you can definitely make some money, doing that. It makes some good money, influence per hour. And I would say it's on par with any of in fact, it's better than any farming tunes I have. It may not be as much money per hour as maybe the best farmers out there, particularly if you got people helping you farm. But I find that it's extremely lucrative when you want it to be, sure. I've had no resources. Well, my videos show you, Flea, on your level 1 character in your first 1 hour of play. If you just know the game, which you won't, nobody will. That's what my videos are for. My villain, with no help from anybody, goes from 0 influence to 2 million in 1 hour of playing the game, just doing story arcs. Just doing the story arcs. 2 million. My solo self-funded character, Mirage Monarch, on the villain side, she has 20 million influence, and she's not even level 20 yet, just from doing the story arcs. And that's without playing the auction house or doing any silly shenanigans.
And if you really want to speed run all of it, I might just do the exploration badges for the 5 merits.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Exploration badge will get you more, all that jazz. I see kind of like part of what I do is show people that you can make solid money while playing the game and beating, you know, different things up with the characters that you're leveling. And to me, that's a lot more fun than sitting on a farm for hours and hours and hours. First working up a farm for hours and hours and hours, and then and whatever have you. But admittedly, I will absolutely admit, like if I was playing a bunch of, like, if I had to prepare several different super high-end characters with superior sets because I was running +7 content with my friends and they needed different characters at different times, I wanted to make that money as quick as possible. Farming would definitely be a primary way to go. It would not be very fun, but it would be the fastest. Yeah. Yeah, and task forces also work to get you a lot of merits. Yes, you're right. Task forces are another way to earn some good merits while you're going up. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you can do task forces to make a lot of merits and story arcs to make a lot of merits. Right, right. Yeah, but you don't need to do farming to make good money to have your characters be very powerful at level 10, 20, 30. In fact, you know, the way the game is set up, your character is actually more powerful with SOs through like your 20s than they are with IOs and IO sets. And SOs are very, very affordable as long as you're doing story arcs or task forces and exchanging those merits for money. So you don't need like a handout from another character. The game is built to where characters can be self-funded. But it is not clear about that. That's why my videos come in. That's why I talk so much on the streams about it, to educate people, because it is very opaque. Very opaque. Gosh, I see so much Scourge and damage all over the place. Yes, I made it. I got to watch you play as I dove off. Well, that's good, Jam, because I'm probably going to bed soonish, so you did a good job. Yeah. Are they just being nice, or did they get something out of it? They probably are being nice, but there are sometimes where, like in my guild, the reason why my guild master wanted me to run farms sometimes was it would also a good way to introduce people to our guild, because I would, you know, we would use that opportunity to invite them and say, see, don't you want to be part of this cool guild because, you know, we help people, you know. So yeah, it was kind of an advertisement thing we did too. But yeah, the farmer doesn't get anything. In fact, he makes less money if you're sitting in on his farm, right? So let's say a mob, if I'm farming alone and a mob gives, let's say, 1,000 influence, if you're sitting on my farm, it will get split between us. It will add in a bonus, but I'll only end up getting 625 instead of the normal 1,000. Sometimes a sitter could have buffs they provide to help. Yeah, mostly just nice, yeah. Running from to show him. That is actually not wrong, Jam. Some people just do it just to show off. That's fair. I mean, you can't blame them, Jam. They spent like a bazillion hours farming up to get the tune, right? Or working to get the money for the tune. Oh, there's Caliban. He's not Ada, but that looks like a boss right there.
Yeah, there's been a few Caliban.
So, well, beat, yeah, beat Ada and his guards, Caliban and his guards. I don't know. Well, I keep your endurance really high. One of my powers recharges allies' endurance, so there's that. Look how strong my iconic judgment is at the COH flex. Yeah, no, it's totally true. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not. You guys aren't wrong. You guys aren't wrong.
Once I was done, I said, let's keep going. Those fuckers move fast. Khan nodded and we continued on, moving fast into the destiny. 2. Along the road from
What is this character's power set? This is an electric corruptor. And Ghost, what are you using? I know it's Titan weapon, but what's the armor?
Just Invuln.
What is it? What'd you say?
Invulnerability.
Invulnerability. Okay, so and yes, my good friend here is using Titan weapon invulnerability because he likes to be bonking and I like to go zap zap.
I like melee, he likes range, works out.
Hands up, lightning bolt. Yeah. Yeah. It is electrical blast, electrical affinity. You know, this game has so much in it, and it's like, I've done electric characters before. I have an electric sentinel, and that one has electric blast, but not electric affinity. So you can see here, this boss right here can't do anything because I've just drained him of endurance. He's just going to sit there and pick his nose. It's really hilarious when you think about it. I guess I should kill them. I like to play with my food. Do you ever find Hamadon origins to be useful over IOs? I don't ever do hammies, so I'm not usually sitting on a bunch of Hamadons, but my understanding is yes, they can be very useful for certain Frankenslotting applications, and that's why they sell for so much. So they can absolutely be useful for certain builds. Absolutely. I haven't used them in any of the builds I do, because maybe I don't do the hardest builds in the world. There you go. He's neutered now. Haha. Oh, that's good. You got us some more food to play with. My AoEs needed something to shine on.
Just grabbing the other boss in here.
Might as well. I don't think they can do much to us when they have no stamina. Yeah, it can be nice when you want to slap more procs while still having damage and accuracy on a power. That's fair, Puznut. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think there's some very interesting applications of them. I've just never gotten deep enough into build theory crafting. But I know they are very useful and therefore valuable. Generally speaking, I think it's safe to assume that if something is selling for a lot of money, it's going to have some pretty good application somewhere.
Well, that's 2 out of 8 of those rooms.
Yeah, I can't remember if I ran around really fast using stealth to find him or what. On the bright side, we're getting a crap ton of XP.
Yeah, that's part of why I'm lacking the bosses that I see. Which isn't saying much because almost every pack in here seems to have one. One of these bosses will have a different name eventually.
yeah.
Chapter 4.
Yeah, but I definitely think that a lot of people don't know that you can definitely have pretty buku bucks as you level up a character. What I want to see, and I'm working on the one hero, one villain, solo self-funded characters. My question is, without double XP, how much money would you have just by going through story arcs? How much money would you have? I do know, I've done a couple of tests of my level 50 characters when they're just doing story arcs, and they make close to, I would say, around between 6 and 10 million an hour between drop, the influence drops and the merit rewards, which obviously is not as fast as your farmers, but it's a nice steady income for basically playing a variety of characters in a variety of missions. And the more you're willing to crank up the difficulty, and as long as you're efficient with it as well, obviously it doesn't help to set it up to ×8 if you don't have a lot of AoEs, for example. But you can definitely probably make more or less than that. And I do enjoy just, seeing how far and, how much I can do comfortably without sweating too much. I personally don't want to be on the edge of my seat dying the minute I don't use the right inspiration at the right time. You did what with your first character, Jam? Oh, you saw how much you would have by level 50 by just doing story arcs? And what did you come up with? Well, only doing stories, noble double XP. Ah, did you see? Were you doing like yeah? I want to see how many merit rewards I'm gonna have, or influence. Now I know you don't get a lot from the drops, so my influence will mostly be from selling merits. Let's see. Could have been more, but I remember giving my friend some. Oh, nice. Nice. That's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. Huh. No Attila's in here, though. There is a glowy way in the back, but I don't know if that glowy's important or not.
There's been glowies on a few of these. That room didn't even have the decency to have a boss in it.
Yeah. For those solo self-funded characters, Jamp, the two that I'm running, the ones that I'm doing the video series on, those are only solo characters. So yeah, no task forces for them, just the story arcs. I don't play too many task forces anymore, period, anyways. I can't even remember the last time I did one. It was probably like a month and a half ago, a month ago, when we were kind of getting the channel going, and we had some people who were volunteering to do them from time to time, so I volunteered to lead one and help people out. But we've kind of lost those people, as we definitely had some divisions over how to play the game that they felt like arguing over, so they left, and we really no longer have... And I don't want to be the only one doing task forces. I don't like task forces. I only do them if like, let's say I'm part of an SG, and they're like, Phil, would you please help us out? We know you know how to do it. And okay, fine. I'll be a big boy and do the things I don't like so that everyone can have more fun. And they are busy doing task force. That's true. That's true. Yeah, the really funny thing is, like, I just want to understand with the people who are doing the high-end sets what they're doing them in for. I understand, like, that one friend I have who's trying to do 8x4 for solo purposes. He just wants to show to himself that he can do it, and that's fair. The funny thing is like, it's so much work to get a character that can do solo 8x4. In some cases, it does take a lot of influence and stuff that, I don't know. Oh, there's Ada's guard right there, so that's good. I don't know if I just want to just make it on the test server, see if it works, and go, okay, I know the builds of this game. It's no longer... there's several... Whoa. Hold on a second. I'm going to concentrate for a second here, guys. This just got ugly.
I hate to bother you, but I got a question for you. How do I quit this?
Hold on a minute. Someone decide to aggro the whole entire dungeon. Not mentioning any names. Okay, I think we're in a safe space now. Oh gosh, I say that, I just got my butt kicked. We're almost in a safe space. As long as the tank can hold aggro, we'll be good. Okay, so what were you asking, Chief?
How do I quit out of this, the farm? It's not allowing me to abandon it. It just says return to contact. Architect options.
Oh, an AE?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Usually, well, the two ways to get out that I know of getting out an AE mission that you're in is either go back to the entrance and walk out the door, or to finish the mission, which usually in most farms is pressing a glowy. And then you get the big exit button at the top. Those are the only two ways I know of getting out of it. Theoretically, maybe you could throw down an Ouroboros portal and just teleport to Ouroboros or something.
Well, no, I'm outside of the mission, but it's got me still on a task force. It says return to contact.
Oh, you talked to the guys there near the big green portal. You can also quit the task force by just quitting by going to team and then pressing the quit task force button.
Ah, thank you.
Hmm.
Right, good.
I like the level 8-1 positron where in the end you have to fight the clones of your heroes. That's a neat one. Yeah, they did a good job. That is a fun one. Though it can definitely challenge players who are not prepared. But yeah, I've run a few of those. Absolutely. Yeah, if you have to make a villain character jump, you got to get on top of that, buddy. Red life is where it's at.
You get half as many merits because crime doesn't pay.
Yeah. That's a great point. If you make a red side character, you never have to talk to Twin Shot. True. Oh, there's Ada. We finally found Ada. Feel like you got a video that explains the incarnates stuff? Yeah, I do. You have to search the channel for it. I probably need to do a new one added to the playlist, but the rules haven't changed on it, so the old video works just fine. Get up there. What are you doing? Down? What? Stupid cat. Like Heroes better and also Paragon over Rogue Isles. I will say Rogue Isles really grows on you once you get used to it, and it's nice that there's less of them to go around, right? So, you know, with Heroes, unfortunately, like, there's so many areas, and some of the missions have you going from one layer to another, to another, to another, and it's all over the place, and they're all so big. Villains feels like they focused a little bit more, and there isn't quite as much... there isn't quite as much travel in that one. And there's only, like, what? I swear there's only, like, 6-7 areas or something like that to teleport to, which I thought at first was going to be a Debbie Downer, and then I realized no, that's a feature. That's not a bug. That's a feature. I don't need all the areas in the Heroes that have me running around so much. There's also like less hunts on the villain side in the story arcs. They're still there, but there's less of them. Ouch, that hurt. I will run you out of juice, Ada. You will run out of endurance, and then your soul will belong to me. Okay, blue bar's empty. I've done my job. I can go home.
Now he's basically a training dummy.
Yeah, now he's a training dummy. There we go. Good job. We defeated Ada. Whew. We just had to clear out half the cave to do it and gain like 3 levels.
With the big pull there, we went and hit the guard, which was barely in accurate range of a second guard, and they both pulled their armies with them.
Yeah, that was an insane pull. That that was a good teamwork there, though. We definitely survived it. That would have been horrible solo, even if it was half as big and stuff. Oh, great. It's a defeat all, because we haven't had enough killing yet. Villains felt like it was faster back in the day. Anecdotal, but that's how it seemed to me. Yeah, they do feel a little bit tighter and faster, and their storylines, from my experience, is it tends to have a little bit less fluff and running around and stuff for me to read out loud. Just a little bit, though. They still have plenty to read out loud. Just want to say thanks for your content, being away for a long time and debating about relearning Sea of Heroes on my level 1. On my 1 level 50 or start from scratch. I also solo, so your votes videos have been helpful. Oh, thank you for that, Douglas. I really appreciate those kind words. Yeah, yeah, it has definitely been a journey for me. You know, I came back a couple of years ago. I should do a video just on my story, but I came back like a couple of years ago and ran an SG for a while. I was invited to an SG, helped them run it for a while. But then political stuff happened within that guild. It tore apart. I took a long break, came back, and said, you know what? I'm just going to do me this time. I think the game has so much fun solo. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't like some of the jank in it, and I don't like the writing is abysmal at times. But the gameplay is so much fun. It's so addicting. I love games like Earth Defense Force, Dynasty Warriors, Musu type of games, Hyrule Warriors. Ones where you're beating up you're beating up a whole bunch of people at once. And that's what this game does. And it lets you do it different ways. Do you want to lock a bunch of people down? Do you want to slice them all up with some weapons? Do you want to be like Psylocke and confuse one while you're stabbing the other one in the gut with a psychic knife? Do you want to be like Wolverine with your slicing claws? Do you want to, have pets and command them and buff them and heal them? It's got one of the best support characters in the game in the Mastermind. In most games, in order to play a good support character like a white mage in Final Fantasy, you would need a group. In this game, you just run a Mastermind. Have I tried where I do like my demon summon villain though? Oh, Phantom. Yeah, I just made one up. I put a picture of her in the chat. It's that whip. Oh my gosh, it's awesome. They need to make that into a melee weapon or something. I don't know. But have I tried where mincemeat? I might like that game. No, I haven't really given it a shot yet. I'm gonna let that one bake for a while longer. Is that fully released or is that like an early access deal? Come on, stop it, cat. Stop it. No sniffing. No, bad. Okay. Yeah, the whip is insanely good, though. They need to make that into... It's full release? Okay, cool. Speaking of cool, I'm going to turn on the fan here.
Well, at least the camp's not too big, though it looks like it has layers.
So Douglas, yeah, what's your favorite archetype, Douglas? I know you're just coming back. Do you have any thoughts of what you want to play? Loving your gravity controller? You're soloing a gravity controller? Is that working out well for you? Like, it's more about figuring out what to do at 50? Well, hold on. The gravity controller, is that level 1 or level 50 already? There's a whole big difference at a controller at level 1 and level 50. Because controllers aren't really known for their low-level solo prowess. That was, oh, you're level 50. No idea what I tried low level. I've never tried a lot of alts. Okay, so alts are really awesome. You want to do lots of alts. But do you like doing control? Do you like doing range damage, melee damage? That's always kind of like the first question, right? Do you prefer support, range damage, melee damage? Yeah, I think those are kind of your big choices. Support. Oh, and control. Or control. Or just go with Mastermind Demon. Why not? Sure. I can show you the Mastermind Demon. It's so much fun. Support was always my go-to, but I'm liking the solo aspect. Well, that just feeds into Phantom's suggestion, because City of Heroes is one of the few games that allows you to solo support. It's a little class called the Mastermind. Corruptor's like a close second place, because in a way, Corruptor's secondary power set is support, and there's a number of those that still work really good in solo. You're basically supporting yourself at that point. But my primary go-to for when I'm feeling in a very support mood is Mastermind, because you're supporting your pets. And the better you support them, the better you tend to do. And so, yeah, Mastermind can be a very fun solo. It's one of the few games that I feel like World of Warcraft has actually started moving in this direction. World of Warcraft will let you play a support character, a priest, for example, in solo in the Delves. Because you'll get an NPC companion, and the more you heal him, the more damage he'll do. The more you overheal him, I should say. So I thought that was a pretty genius move. I give credit where credit's due. I'm not the biggest WoW fan, but I think that's a great gameplay. But City of Heroes does it better with your masterminds.
Yeah, over in 14, in Shadowbringers, they also added basically solo dungeons where you pick the role and then story characters fill out the rest of the party.
Now, me personally, I'm not the biggest fan of any game, whether it's MMO or RPG, that's like, I'm having a problem controlling my character. Hold on a second. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. I'm not the biggest fan of, it's going to give you a whole bunch of party members good luck, because I didn't build those party members. I don't know what their AI is. I don't really like that. But But what I do like is like masterminds, because their pets are very basic, and you do gear them up. You do, in a manner of speaking, by what enhancements you put into them and what set bonuses you have, because they use some of your set bonuses. So you have a play in how tough they are, and they follow your every direction. You tell them either go here or they don't go here, whatever have you. And you buff and debuff. Well, you buff them and you debuff the enemies at the same time, and that's what makes them successful. I have mastermind videos up. I have a video called How to Solo Mastermind. Mastermind is one of the best ways to play a solo support character. Yeah, and Demon has the really cool whip in it. Whip it good. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. You just need to pick like a good, whatever secondary you want. I was like, who's shooting behind me? Oh, it's my pet.
As long as the bullets aren't going at you, it's fine.
Let's see here. Hey, Mr. Gadgets. 57-minute Lady Grey and a weekly strike finish. There you go, Puzz. Girl in full custom squad and Wasteland games is nice. True, true, true. Yeah, if it's your... I will say, like, Final Fantasy 12 did this right, in my opinion, because the enemies have AI that you mold with the Gambit system. So if they're not doing good, if like, let's say you have an AI healer. If that healer isn't healing when you're getting low on health, it's because you didn't set the AI gambits properly. Like, you have full responsibility. But if you're playing, let's say, a WoW dungeon, you're taking the NPC healer companion, and he doesn't heal you when you're low on health, well, I mean, was that really your fault or their fault? Who knows, right? It's a little iffy. Let me see if we fly around here. Are there any enemies around here? We have to clear this dungeon of all enemies. Yeah, this kind of shiz just drives you crazy, right? Is this the last room by chance?
Yep, it's just the 3 big rooms.
There's a group down here.
Saw a group up near the top as well, I think.
Kitty cat, Boozy boy, it's kitty cat. Yeah, I think you'll have a ton of fun, Douglas. We love this game. Oh, here's a little enemy by himself over here. We love this game. Just been playing the hell out of it for quite a few months now. Now, what do you do when you get to 50? I actually have a video on what you can do when you get to 50. But there isn't a traditional in-game like what you would see in like World of Warcraft or something. The in-game is what you make of it. But there is a video that gives you a lot of suggestions out there. Made by yours truly. Hashtag shameless plug. Hashtag my videos are awesome. Hashtag defeat
Did
all
they
and
add any more layers to this room?
What's that?
Could they add any more layers to this room?
No, I know. Hashtag kill alls in circle of Thorns Cave sucks big donkey balls. I don't know how I did this in 60 minutes last time. Oh, let me look inside this
Might
building
also be
here.
some in the previous one.
And say, I'm gonna look inside this building here. Is there anything inside the building? Can hardly see past my wings, but last time I played, I was holding a torch. Made your first hero last night? Oh, nice, nice. It's a really, really fun game. It really is truly a lot of fun. It's saying something that I have put so much time into this game lately. And it wasn't the nostalgia for me, right? I only played it for a few months when it came out. I played City Villains for a few months it came out. You know, for some people it's nostalgia, but for me it's not. I play all kinds of games, mostly newer games, but I'm an old school guy. I played my share of old school games. So it's not nostalgia. It's not nothing else. It's just darn good gameplay. And it lets you be powerful. And it wasn't like, oh, here's a guy. I found some leftovers up here. Oh my gosh, he just fell. Oh, that is so funny. They just fell way down here. This is why you can't find the last guys and kill all. Because they literally fall down here and you gotta chase after them. Did they take falling damage? They took falling damage. That is hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, the superhero motif is definitely very cool. It's not just another fantasy game, so that helps. We got two bosses up here.
Some enemies over here as well. We're looking at the same thing from different angles.
Yeah, no, I'm the one who has them, not you, man. They're over here. Champions and DCO is kind of boring. Yeah, they're too worried about... Yeah, they're too worried about being balanced. I had a guy in here yesterday trying to argue with me that one of these other ones, I forget which one it was, not DC Online, but the other one, Champions Online or something, was better. And I'm like, because my video said that you're only limited by your imagination in this game. And he says you can't make a beast character like, Hank McCoy the Beast, but you can in, Champions Online because you can make a furry character. So, trying to imply this game's limited in its character creation. I'm like, dude, so you can find, two things can be true. City of Heroes can have a much more diverse, there you go, that was the last two. Can have a much more diverse and better character creator, and it doesn't have a way to make beasts like the other game does. Both of those can be true.
Champions also had a good character creator. The issue is kind of everything else.
Yeah, that's fair. Never out of content, yeah. For me, it's not just the gameplay, but the gameplay wouldn't be so awesome if we didn't have good sandboxes to play in. And for me, the story arcs and the ability to set the difficulty on the story arcs is so awesome. There's literally 300 different story arcs you can do, each one comprising of a whole bunch of different missions. Well, there we go. We did okay there. Okay, we got 30 reward merits in 80 minutes. Not too shabby.
Setting the difficulty is something unique to City of Heroes, I think.
Yeah, I know Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Lord of the Rings Online will let you set the difficulty of things outside. World of Warcraft lets you do it in the delves, which is very, very nice. I think that, again, I'll praise the delves all day long because I think they're a brilliant invention. Unfortunately, I like Guild Wars 2, but one of the things that holds it back for me is the fact that it doesn't have a lot of solo activity, right? Like all the stuff outside is soloable, but it's all set in stone. There's no variability to it. You can't make it harder, easier, whatever. It's all over the board. Here in City of Heroes, you can come, you can pick. It's like you could pick from a menu with all the story arcs. You pick from that menu, and then you set the difficulty, and you enjoy the game the way you want. And you challenge yourself, and you get rewarded accordingly. Yeah, guys. Oh boy. Let me get this training done. I gotta go to bed. Faraday cage gives us 11% resistance to everything while it's running, and a lot of mez protection. Or I go for more damage. Ooh, charge up doesn't look nearly as impressive as it does on a blaster. I'm gonna go for lightning bolt for now because we need more. I need more damage. Oh my gosh! All of my enhancements were broken because we leveled up so much. I wonder if I was like suffering in the DPS department because I out-leveled my enhancements at some point.
And meanwhile, mine are at a half effectiveness.
Oh my gosh, how many levels did we gain while we're doing this? I'm 4th level up here. Holy cow.
Yeah, we got 4. Yeah, I'm basically missing about 10% of all my resistance.
Yeah, that was incredible, man. Open up, let's see what you guys champions. With the story arcs, it was actually your vid about stop doing radio newspaper missions. I found your channel. That is one of the most contentious videos I ever put out, Douglas. I got a lot of heat for that. Opened up a lot of new content for you. Oh, cool, cool, cool. I got a lot of heat for that video, man. I got hit. I got some heat. Man, we went all the way up to 20. Holy cow. That was some leveling. Resist, and 3 damages, and an accuracy. Okay, that's looking nice and pretty. People didn't like that you play differently than they did. Yeah, there's definitely some of that. There definitely is some of that. Absolutely. There's some of it is they felt that by me making the video, I was attacking the way they played, so they got defensive. Ooh, my Faraday cage. Very fancy.
Still have the speak to curses objective up there.
Oh yeah, we can get bonus XP here. Woot woot, there we go, half a bar. Surprised it wasn't more based on how long that took.
Experience is experience.
Oh, so I was level 19, not 20. Okay. Yeah, so some people felt attacked. When you have somebody on YouTube saying, hey, and I was kind of doing it tongue-in-cheek. It wasn't like, hey, I'm commanding you as your overlord to stop doing radio missions. But it was like, please, guys, you're killing. I saw so many new players just doing radio missions over and over again. And I'm like, please stop it. Then you guys are complaining you're broke. Well, the reason you're broke is because sadly those don't pay anything. I've complained about it. Maybe one day they'll do something about it, but they just don't pay merits. I don't know what to tell you guys.
It's like doing a farm with no reward.
Yeah, exactly. So it is. But I'm glad you found through the video. I'm glad you found some good out of it. And yeah, here's our picture of our new electric corruptor, brought to you by Gemini AI. I think they did a really good job there. I have to say it looks pretty good to me. Oh, goodness gracious. Oh, goodness. On, off, on, off.
Well, the enhancement.
Yeah, I'm all enhanced up now for our next run, so I'm good on that character.
The enhancement booster is insta-sold and basically made about 5 mil off it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's good, buddy. Alright, guys.
Because they're going for 800k right now.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Good ka-chingle. Well, guys, I got to get some sleep. Thank you guys so much for watching. Douglas, it was a pleasure to meet you. I hope I see you again. Feel free to join our Discord server, Douglas, where we hang out. You're welcome to join on these voice chats if you don't mind jumping on a mic. Information's up in the description below. Phantom, of course. Mr. Gadgets, Flea. I do appreciate you going back and forth a little bit. I always find it fun to talk about the game. Different perspectives. Jam, Puzz. Appreciate you guys also. Hope you guys had a good time watching tonight. I really appreciate it. And I hope I see you guys in the near future. The next scheduled stream, I'll probably be streaming tomorrow night, maybe. I may have something on the books tomorrow night, so we'll see if I can make it. But otherwise, definitely by Friday. Yeah, it's definitely getting late. Jerome, thank you so much for being here. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Yeah. And if you need anything, you know how to get a hold of me. But, you know, my videos are up there for reference. Lots of things in the videos. Yeah. But thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate it. I hope you have a great evening playing your favorite heroes. And watching some live wire action here with Yuki as we play our dynamic duos. Remember the dynamic duo program? That's a thing, guys. You should check it out and become a dynamic duo partner. But thank you guys so much. You have a great evening, and I'll catch you next time. May God bless you.